ToFLive now, right? It should be. Alright, let's get the music playing. Oh crap, I'm a bit late. Oh well. Okay. Dailies. What do we have here? Next, vending machine, humanoid, rift drones. Alright. Mine's at least not difficult. It's the easy shit. Oh, my main. What am I alt? My alt has rift drone, creatures, exoskeleton, giant aberrants. God damn it. So I still gotta deal with the aberrants. Alright. Let's head on over there then. Too bad we never got the league double drop thingy. We don't have it, so gotta hoard our shit for longer. It'd be nice if they would just give us like a final thing on if we have it or not, if we'll ever get it again or not. Because like the hoarding is just a pega. But that's like where we're all at. Alright. Let's head on over this way. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go over here and get my alt over first. Alright, we'll just get my alt over first. What is today's join off? What even is it? Endgame, okay. Good to know. Alright, my alt got its aberrants killed. So my alt just needs rift drones and exoskeletons. And what do I need? Vending machines, mechs, rift drones, non-humanoid mechs. Alright. I'm gonna go kill the vending machines then. Right, and then I gotta get rift drones. Alright, let's go get those rift drones. Right, gotta go get those rift drones. Right, heading on over. Rift drone where? Okay. There's one right there. Alright, I think my ult just needs to get the exoskeleton dudes. Give me a moment. Let me go get rid of those guys. Alright, that's dealt with. Okay. Let me get the thing on my ult. Okay. Let me do join ops. Alright, we got join ops to do. This is the easy shit. One sec. Almost forgot something. Okay. Already put the thingy. There you go, now my ult's on auto. Hi, young water. Welcome, welcome. Watch a new anime. Okay, episode of Lazarus and to be Hero X. Okay. I'm not even sure what the stuff we got this season is, because I haven't really been paying attention. Honestly, there's probably stuff from last season I need to see. Or whatever, just behind on looking at stuff. Alright. Okay. That's cool, I guess. And edge. Alright. Then we got another one right after. We gotta do 2 join ops. Ooh, returning point. Alright. It constantly switches 2D to 3D. I see. That's neat, I guess. That they have like the constant switching from 2D to 3D. But what if they have their 3D and their 2D and their 2D and their 3D? I mean, what? Alright. But Lazarus is the guy who made Cowboy Bebop. Okay. That's cool, I guess. Old stuff, but cool. Right, how old is Cowboy Bebop? How old is that thing? I know that's like an old one, an old series. But how old? Alright, all I know is it's old series. I just don't know how old. Just that it is old. Map animation, how they treat their animators. Okay. I haven't even like looked at this shit lately. Hi, Winster. How you doing? Oh, damn it. But yeah, how you doing? Did they, like, post the lenses thing? Oh, so it came out before I was even born, man. That's old as hell. Old shit. Reading Discord for fun, of course. To be Hero X. Okay. Sure. Alright, on to the next one. The Ceiling Grimjaw. How you doing? No, actually no, there's something Sage. No, you know it's funny but also sad. Like for lunch I went to eat at all you can eat sushi with the thing. But we ate from the lunch menu, which was hilarious. Is the fucking lunch menu at the place we went to? Like, cause we went there before and had the dinner menu like last year. But like we went for lunch there. We had the lunch menu. The lunch menu was like so shit. Cause there was only like 7 different kinds on there. But like half of it were shit I wouldn't eat. On the freaking thing. So we ended up eating all the shit that wasn't fucking sushi on the menu. It was kinda scuffed. It's kind of funny. It's like all you can eat sushi, but it's like you go for the lunch menu. The lunch menu is like shit. And it's like the worst part is like the variety you get to pick from is like the scuffed variety of stuff in there that has like extra shit thrown in that you probably don't want. Oh well, that is what it is. we ever go there again, never go there for lunch. But yeah. Because the thing on the menu, the options there, the selection, not great. But like, pricing is like fucked, man. Highest rate of anime of the season in one episode. Okay. Rating out of what though? What scale and everything? The problem is with ratings is like they don't really mean anything, and they do mean things at the same time. It's like a mess. Depends on who's doing it and like if you value their actual opinions and shit or not. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Do 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 do. Alright, let's go get the next one. It's nice at least you can get returnee points. Easy returnee points. Did we hit the cap? I wasn't counting. The guy who criticized this one had to make a response video? Yeah, I'm not surprised, man. The fucking Kuro bots are crazy. But honestly, it's like not worth it to even bother trying to respond to them. Because it's like talking to a brick wall. It's like not worth it. They're gonna keep pushing the fucking goalpost and whatever. It's literally like talking to a brick wall. More like he has a fucking comment section that isn't as brain dead as the average fucking Kuro hellhole comment section. It's more like that. Like, you're never going to win with them because they're gonna keep pushing things around. So, like, there's no point in even bothering to try. Because they're never gonna change. The Papegas that they are. Shit's never gonna change, so there's, like, no point. If anything, it's why you want to gatekeep them, like, from everything. They shouldn't be allowed to leave. Keep them in their hellhole, isolated from everyone else. Never allow them to leave. If they're gonna keep acting the way they are. Just be like, no, we don't want you around, get the fuck out. Right, just discriminate against them with extreme prejudice. We could upload it as like... We could react to it and upload it as a regular video later too. They watch it for a while and the guy, he responds and clarifies. I mean, with some of them, it's like not even worth bothering. Cause they're just gonna keep doing whatever, man. And talk about shit that's completely unrelated. They're ridiculous. I mean, here's the thing, man. You point one thing out, they're gonna say, but they're generous, and they'll talk about something that's completely unrelated, man. Imagine talking about a gacha game was generous. What the fuck? Like, actually, what the fuck? Ridiculous. But then again, they're stuck in their fucking, echo chamber full of parrots. Just, parroting the same thing over and over again. But it is what it is, man. Like, there's no point in bothering with them. No point. Cause it's like never gonna end. It's fine. All I can say though is the place where we ate, never ordered the lunch menu there again. And then Gacha smacked the fucking HSR fanbase cult just cause he quit and said say him cover a new Gacha game, it only hit 27k, and then they said, get a real job at this point. 27k what, man? The YouTube views, that's still like... depending on the amount of effort he puts in, 27k YouTube views? I mean, if we're talking just YouTube video views, that's like fine. Like, 27k YouTube views is like how much? How much ad revenue is that? Probably, depending on the CPM, maybe he made like $100 for saying that. Like, I know how YouTube works behind the scenes. They can say whatever he wants, man. Some of the shit he says is very Pepega at times, but whatever. That's his problem, not mine. Right. Like, to quote Peter Parker from the first Spider-Man movie, I missed the part where that's my problem. I mean, it's whatever, man. I think I think at one point I'm going to make a video why fucking endgame shit in these games is stupid. Gacha endgames being stupid. I'll make a video about that. I'm gonna have to like write it up and figure out how I'm gonna like get it set up. But like, yeah. Because like, you guys know all full well my my views on that. I've like, said it over and over again. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother because it looks generic as hell and I don't really care enough. Yeah, you sent me the trailer yesterday or whatever. I'm like not interested. It's mobile only and I'm also just not interested. Because all it's gonna do is remind me that I have like literally hundreds of other games that I could be playing instead. Literally hundreds. In my Steam library. Even more if I add in my GOG and my Epic Games library. Even more. Even more if I want to bring up like older consoles and stuff. Like, nah. Wait, really? Bayuki? What the fuck is her thing doing in there? Did they just put Pega and forgot to remove it? Cause like no way we're getting that. Yeah, we saw the Kokona. There was no gunplay. What the fuck? We're talking about Wuwa here, man. Honestly, the fucking shit in Moogle makes no sense. I wanna like make a joke about the thing and like use that clip from that Sony releases a stupid fucking piece of shit, whatever. I just be and like use the clip not coming with the fucking little doohickey it's supposed to and point to the weapon banner. You know, like shit's funny where it's like, oh, but we have guaranteed weapon banner. Bitch, please. They're literally selling you something that's not included. Like, what the fuck? You're defending the fact that they still have it just because they're not as bad as someone else. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, Fenrir will even sing in other languages, man. That's the funny part. The fucking Fenrir will sing. You can change your voice language, and she'll change the language she sings in. But yeah. Why am I getting, like, encoder lag? The fuck? What's going on? That is weird. Especially because I'm only using CPU encoding. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on there. I don't know, man. It doesn't matter. Does it even matter, man? Oh yeah, hey, we're gonna get, like, AFK exploration again soon. For network map, at least. I wonder where that last thing there is. I'll get it through AFK exploration anyways, cause like, fuck doing it myself. Manually. They always were predatory. Here's the thing, man. It's a fucking gacha game. They're already predatory. Okay? Get that in your head. They're already predatory from the start. Oh no, now they're just showing the fucking banner ad pop-ups. As if some of the others don't do it at the first time you log in for the day either. As if others don't do that. Right. Like, it's a common practice. Fuck, even Kuro does it.
Target eliminated.
The global passive thing is whatever, man. It's whatever, man. Nah, no thanks. The game looks boring and generic, man. If I'm gonna be honest, Black Beacon looks boring and generic. Like all the other games like it. I don't really care enough to bother. Like, what's the difference? Like, I'm good. Yeah. Like, bruh, the only thing they made interesting was PGR, and even then, PGR was like an unplayable mess. Outside of like a very specific thing where they started to make characters that would cheat at mechanics. Because that was the only way to fix the fucking problem they made. Except they had to nickel and dime you for that. Yeah, and I know how the fuck this shit is there for, like, already. Imagine how solo clear all 5 stages. You tried it, it's very strange to play it on a PC emulator. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised, man. They're gonna like what? The Google download one? The download for PC is literally just an emulator. It's literally just a Google branded emulator. But you know, it is what it is. I wonder, wait. I wonder. Does it work on Linux? But yeah. What do you mean rip keyboard? Better Snowbreak for gameplay? And I'm not talking about door, I'm just talking about real gameplay? You sure? What real gameplay, man? Snowbreak is the only shooter. So what gameplay are you talking about? Not even the same genre when Snowbreak is the only third-person shooter. Well, it's like the only one with like that's actually a shooter. It's like not even the same genre. Snowbreak is like completely different because it's a shooter. Alright, imagine it's the only one that's a fucking shooter. Alright, hi shonen manga protagonist. Welcome, welcome. The CAD pricing shit here, that was Papega. Okay. What was I gonna do now? What am I gonna do on the Wuwa anniversary, man? The fuck am I gonna do in Wuwa? I don't wanna pull a character or anything, man. Not like I have any resources. I don't wanna build shit in there. There's like nothing I would want to do in Wuwa. I'd rather like make a new Genshin account and play Genshin from level 1 and just do Mondstadt. What the fuck am I gonna do there? Like at this point, like I don't even want to bother, man. 2.0 was the same garbage as 1.0. Did you expect it to change? Like, bitch, please, man. You expect it to change? What do you mean, why only 2 channels? What? I would rather play Genshin 1.0 again. I would rather make a new character in Genshin and play Mondstadt and uninstall that after. Actually, I don't even have to install it. I can just play the cloud version. I could just actually run it from the cloud version. If I wanted to. I would rather play 1.0 Genshin again, man. It's not even Blue Protocol, it's just recycled assets of Blue Protocol into a completely different game. Would it even be fair to call it Blue Protocol when it's like no longer Blue Protocol? Like, think about it. Right, if they were to just completely take it all apart, make a completely different game, would it still be called, would you still call it Blue Protocol when it's not Blue Protocol? do 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 do. I played enough of Lua to judge it, man. I put like 150 hours into it. It's 150 hours I will never get back. They're not actually changing shit. That's 150 hours too many. What? How many more hours do I need to evaluate farming trash mobs in a stupid circle of the timer? Over and over again. We already did calcs on how terrible Echo RNG is. And we were actually being nice because it's actually a lot worse. It's literally all the same garbage I did in Genshin but worse. With a bunch of extra half-ass quality of life that don't actually address the problem. Why would I want to do more of it? I played more than enough. I don't care about their stupid story where they sell another cheap whore for like 5 minutes and then throw that cheap whore into the trash to then sell you another cheap whore so they can repeat the cycle. Like, I don't care enough to do that. Like, what else do they have? Like, what else? Right, like, what else? Yeah, I can get that elsewhere, man. You think I want theirs? Nah. Okay, let's go to another one. Yep. It's sad, but that's how it is. What the why Mtash? She's relevant again? Mtash relevant again? What is this? New Gacha Smack video? You made PoE too? I don't know, man. Okay. Like, I don't watch their shit off stream, man. Imagine watching their crap. Alright, on to the next one. Oh, did you see the Power World devs made a thing? Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was an April Fool's joke. That's not an April Fool's joke? It's like I thought it was. I thought that shit was like an April Fool's joke, man. Oh, good for them. Do, 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 do. Wait, no, I don't have the vitality. Okay. Got this one. Still alive. Get my vehicle parts. Nice and easy vehicle parts. I'll probably farm the mecha boss a bunch of times on Friday. I'll probably end up doing that. Alright. Enjoy a little animation there. Imagine I got the full drop and I didn't even notice. Sometimes I gotta check because it doesn't notify you sometimes if you get the full drop or not. And then you end up finding out when it's too late. No, I don't have it. Okay, that's fine. What's the temporal thing for? I don't know what that is, but I made it. I didn't need that many shards. Oh yeah, one day I actually found out I have this. I have the full drop. I got the full drop of the Awakening Drift one from the mech boss. I found out randomly one day that I had it. I was like, what the fuck? Why? Since when did I have this? And I'm like, okay, cool. Sure. You know, I should just calculate. At what point do I just not bother with hoarding keys, man? Let me check. Right. He's like, this is 194. 194 times 6 plus 10 plus 228 plus there's another level that I need to count. I know I had it pinned somewhere before. Let me double check. Oh, 148 twice. Okay. Divide that by, I think it's 1.3 something. 1.4. So I need 12, 12. So in a patch you get 10 from the thing plus 60, so that's 70. Divide that by. And then... So that's like 3 times 5 times 5. That would be, what, 75 keys? Right, because each one gives that one, that's 75. So that would be 16 weeks. It would be. But like, wait. 75 plus. You would also get 60 energy, so like 135. But then I'm gonna subtract it from what I currently have. How many keys do I have? 147 times 5 minus the amount we need to get done is 1212. So that's like 3 months, 4 months. I would have everything 10, 10, 10, 10 in 4 months. If I dumped all my keys now, even without double drops, if we had double drops, I would get everything to 10, 10, 10 today. Otherwise, that's in 4 months. Maybe I just start dumping my keys. At this point. We had 10 days EOS. Is it 10 or is it 14 days? I don't know what the fuck I would want from an HSR collab, man. HSR collab, but then what? If you transfer, it won't start until the 25th, I see. But like, yeah. Hell, if they forget about it, they forget about it, man. That's their problem. I uninstalled HSR 12 hours after it released. Was it 12 hours or was it 10 hours? Whatever. I uninstalled HSR the same day it came out. Because the game was shit. And I could just play a better turn-based game. I have so many other turn-based games I could play that I would rather play instead. So like, I saw absolutely no point in playing it. Yeah, like, honestly, I'd rather play Pokemon without even attacking moves. Fuck, you can even, like, actually, like, if you want a fun challenge run, not really fun. If you want a painful challenge run, play Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, but ban all attacking moves. Oh, you can beat the game and the DLC. You can even beat the DLC that way. I would know because we did it on stream. Yeah, like at that point, maybe making a new one is worth more than. I mean, it's cool for what it is, man. It's not the most amazing thing out there, but like... I mean, what? Was it Saturday stream? I already have scheduled. We're gonna play a turn-based game on Saturday stream. What do you mean power creep? Power creep is like not as crazy as people think it is. It's more so gear creep, man. The problem isn't power creep, it's gear creep. Power creep was never the problem, man. It's just that people don't measure shit properly. Oh fuck, where is like that video I posted on Carrot? Let me go find it. Alright, so let's go to my Carrot video. Right, I have fucking charts here, man. Like, so basically, here's a good example here. Oh, wait. Should I... Where do I have the, like, do I still have the raw picture? I think if I open up the raw picture, it'd be easier to see. The raw slide. Let me find it. Other images. Was it this one? Let me grab the raw slide. Because honestly, like, shit's complicated. And, like, for some things, damage literally does not matter. So, like, here's the actual raw slide. Okay. So, like, here's something funny. Right? So, like, green number is how much damage it does on the cactus. Black number is what actually happens if you go to Bygone and have your damage reduced because enemies have resistance stats. And the gray one is in sequential phantasm. Notice how all of the cactus numbers, except for the funny Lin outliers, the damage number go down. In actual, like, it's a real combat number. Like, damage number go down. I wonder why that is. Oh, but it gets funnier. So what happens when we go into group content? So, like, here's what happens when we're inside a raid content. Right? So, this is when enemies don't have a shield. And this is your damage when enemies do have a shield. Everything gets reduced further. It's more of... It's just what happens when you actually calculate mechanics, man. It's not that stuff became tankier. Yes, newer stuff is tankier than older stuff. But, like, the actual content pacing increase is not at the same speed as your power increase. Okay, and then, like, let's say we have Origin of War. We take Origin of War into account. This is just your damage in Origin of War normally, when it gets reduced. The bigger number is when the resistance stat is lower. And then here's what happens when they have shields. Now, unless you can somehow bypass your shields, your damage is reduced drastically. Right? If you actually look at the numbers here, they're even smaller. Everything gets a lot smaller. Only funny outlier is, this thing, which uses a fucking unit that's like a year and a half old here. Because it can bypass a specific mechanic. It's really, like, not that simple. But also, in some content, your damage actually just straight up doesn't matter. It's whether or not you're competent enough to do mechanics. To have your group do the mechanics. But, like, the other thing, too, is the main thing that's actually increasing is our stats. Like, if we go in here, look at my fucking stats. What's this? I have over 100k attack here? What? I have over 100k attack? Why? Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why. What's going on with our gear? Oh, I wonder what this shit is. Oh, jeez. Oh, I wonder what the fuck this red gear stuff is. You know? Right, they added more shit on top of our existing gear. You can still use your old gear from like 2 years ago if it's good enough. Nah, here's the top grind, man. It's called log in once a week to go claim all your stuff in the Crystal Dust Shop. What grind? The grind in top is just claiming everything every week. You just claim it every week. That's all you do. Yeah, that's it. You log in, claim it, and that's it. Like, actually, what grind? You literally just log in and claim it. Some of it gets sent to your mail, in the mail. Right? This stuff just gets sent into your mail. Every week. They just mail it to you. You claim it, and that's it. They got better time and sequential? Yeah. Of course. But yeah, that's like literally all you do. You just claim everything. Right, you can even just, like, here's the other thing too. Like, this thing has been a thing for a long time now. Oh wait, where was it? Oh I know, it's in the cooking tab. You can literally get this thing. What does this do? Increase the base stats of the equipped weapon and matrices as if they're max stars for 7 days. You can literally get this consumable and just inject it, and then you get the stats. That's it. You just grab the thing, inject the stats, and then you have more stats. Well, it is what it is. Right. And then like, what was that video I posted? This one. When did this one come out? When's this one? Liho, when did Liho release again? First banner 3.0? I can still clear the latest stage of sequential, highest difficulty thing. Still. Right? I did this literally like the beginning of the week. They should still be able to clear. Hi Flagger. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, like I'm still able to clear it. Alright, clear is a clear. Like I can still clear it after all this time. Somehow I can still clear it, imagine. Imagine I can still clear it. Oh cool, we got the Linces preview, we can look at that later. Alright, easy other video we can upload after. And add into the queue of videos. Right, easy shit. But like, yeah. Oh. Wait, why is it... I just realized... One of my audio mixes not picked up. Interesting. You're sure one's carrot and the other one is the best way you'll see the real ones to pull for? Yeah, fair enough. We'll see. Alright, we'll see. Oh, where is the thing? I mean, she's fine. If you like Carrot, go have fun with her. I already messed around with her on the test server. Right, if you wanted to see gameplay from test server, I have a video on that. I don't really play Flame, but she works. She doesn't have any weird bullshit going on, so you can just use her if you want her. But yeah. Right, if you like Carrot, then great. It's still good enough, man. I don't use flame shit, so it's like, whatever. Alright, where's the chest? But yeah, it's like, you like her, cool. Have fun. If you don't, well, you don't. Right, it's not super complicated or anything. The gimmick on that one is just very high hit count. So like, as long as you can get a high enough hit count, you know, you're fine. Oh, they're all dead. Look at all these ones that are dead. Right, I might as well farm my my Titan mats for the week. I might as well. From like the older bosses. That's gonna spawn in 2 minutes. Or a minute and a half. The hell? Why is like the jetpack like weird? It's like out. It looks so weird. The wings on the jetpack. Meanwhile, this just uses the default jetpack. Reduce damage taken thingy, whatever. Now it's dead. Right, easy. Next one respawns in a minute. So I can go loot it when it respawns. Do 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 do. Well, in 30 seconds now. Right, because I'm still getting the augment boxes. Right, plus 40 dark crystals. Nope, not enough there. Yeah, Void Piercer makes it stupid easy. It becomes stupid easy to do it with Void Piercer. Because now you can just teleport to them. Right, no effort. Yeah, don't even need to check different channels. Just instant teleport to where it's like available. It's 4.8 right now. Next is 5.0. There is no 4.9. It's already 4.8. Outside of like just the events and like main story, there's like nothing else this patch. I mean, you can go check it out yourself, man. If you want to get caught up, you can do that now. Right? 5.0 is next patch. Right, like that's it. Right, you can get caught up with the story and stuff now if you want. And then you can go enjoy 5.0 in a month. 5.0 is in like a month. Right, how long? In 32 days, it'll be 5.0. 32 days. Yeah, you gotta wait for your count. Well, it's not exactly the 25th, right? They're doing it like slowly and like... the way they do the batches is they're doing it slowly every couple days. Just make sure you get your shit through. But I guess you procrastinated. Right. Because you might have your thing sooner than later. It's not... 6 week isn't even the normal, man. We've had 4-week patches before. We've had 5-week patches before. We've had 6 weeks patches before. We've even had like that... was it 11 or 12-week patch before at one point? It's like whatever they feel like. There is no consistency. They do whatever they want. They've always been doing things that way. The only thing that's been consistent is the fact that they're not consistent. Yeah, you don't remember that one? New mech stuff, new area, new stuff for the exploration. other things to deal with. There's like a new content mode. There's like a new game mode dungeon thing. But yeah, lots of stuff there. They had like a mini live stream thing we reacted to yesterday on stream, and I uploaded that video already. You convinced because they just are drama, damn. That is hilarious. I mean, we have altered rerun right now too, so if you don't have Void Piercer, you can get it right now. Right, we have altered rerun right now. Good stuff, altered rerun. All the altered stuff is here, rerun. Right. All of the altered is here.
Awaiting command.
Full altered rerun right there. Even Lin is busted right now, man. Lin S4 is crazy. For old Lin users, man. Lin's crazy right now. As a thing that can be used in some stuff. But like, yeah. Yeah, Entoria is not available right now, though. Entoria was last patch. But like, you'll see her in like 2 patches anyways.
Target eliminated.
3 patches, my bad. Yeah, it's Fizz before Volt. In like 3 patches, you'll see her again anyways. Yeah, Lin's broken right now. Hey, oh, S6 Lin is busted. Not S6, S4. And wait, next patch... Well, that's true, next patch all character rerun. I don't know if we're gonna get that though, but maybe. Yeah. They always rerun things quickly, man. If they release a new element, they rerun everything with it. And the only reason why we're getting the altered rerun right now is probably because of people with account transfers. It's probably because of account transfer people, that's why we have altered rerun right now. But like major releases or anniversary, they rerun everything. That's like the norm. Like that's the thing, man. They always rerun like everything that matches or whatever is going on. They rerun everything from it. Like if they release a new flame unit, all the flame units are rerun. If they release a new physical unit, all of them are rerun. Frost unit, all of them are rerun. Vault unit, all of them are rerun. They do all of them. All of them. But yeah. Like, they don't go away for that long. You know, you miss a thing, you rerun, you just wait like 2 or 3 patches. Well, not 2 or 3 patches. It's usually like, 4 to 5 patches you wait for a rerun. That's how long you have to wait. Unless there's like another thing upcoming where they would rerun all of them. Unless there's like one of those special situations. I remember there was a joke when they released Brevi last year, and she literally had a rate up banner for like half a year. Almost. Like, they released Brevi January. And then, like, she didn't go off until, like, end of May or something. She was, okay, 5 months. She was on rate up for 5 months when they released Brevi. Yeah. Because, like, there's never anything there. But, like, yeah, that was funny. They released Brevi in January of 2024, and she kept getting she was on rate up all the way up until GU released. Because they were like, okay, Vault unit release, but they were like, oh, but you can use her in Frost. So then they released the Frost one, right, with the thing. They're like, rerun again, the thing stayed. And then it's like, oh, we have Evo Collab. Okay, rerun every unit during Evo Collab. And then it wasn't until after Evo Collab left that she wasn't on rate up. So we had like 5 months of Brevi rate up. She just wouldn't leave. No, the banner would go down for like 1 day. Because, not 1 day, like not 6 hours, like, what, 8, 12 hours? Because maintenance, right? For the patch to drop, and it's like, oh, immediately back again. It was hilarious when they released Brevi that way. She just kept getting rate up for a long ass time. But yeah. It is what it is. Right, like imagine being on radar for that long. Yeah, like there's no real rules, man. They just do it. That's how the thing works here. It just happens. Remember waiting on Shinho Genjin for too long, then you failed? You still don't got her? Yeah, rip, man. It is what it is. Okay. Okay, we got the maximum reward thing of that. Go to the AFK spot that's out of bounds. Do 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 do. Right, because we just killed all the things there. Okay. Let's do the carrot event thing. This one. What are the things here? Tough carrot, increase normal attack damage. Sure, I'll take that. What even is this carrot event, man? Wait, there's no explosion damage on carrots? What the fuck? Okay. What the hell? What was this Timothy hay that I got? Alright, what do we got here? Gift bunny. Gift bunny. Tough carrot. Alright, let's see. So I can get the currency thing there. Let's go to that one. Alright, we got a bad carrot. What's this bad carrot? What is the bad carrot about? He just played Asurada. Well, he's dead. Collect 100 to get a rose vehicle? Do we just need to kill 100 Asuradas or something? All I know is there's a rose vehicle. can also get it from Gift Rabbit? Okay. I got a golden carrot. Give Bunny. Okay, let's go to Tough Carrot. Uh... Tough Carrot gives us more buffs. Give Bunny a golden carrot. Save the thing to buy carrots? What? I don't even understand what you're supposed to do with this shit. I don't really care about a ranking title, man. I already have a title that's super exclusive that you can't get. I already have the most exclusive of titles. I already have one of the most exclusive titles that I always use. So, like, yeah. But yeah, I don't really care that much about tryharding, man. I wonder when they're gonna send me my stuff, though. Uh... It's not selling me more carrots, man. Let's see. Yeah, sometimes no carrot. Yeah. It is what it is. Alright, so now I got more of those shards. Golden carrot anyways gives me the carrot. Mini carrot. There we go. Right, and then we can do reduces cooldown. Sure. Right, we just take golden carrots. But we can. Oh, look at that. I got more carrots. Yay. More carrot. Let's go. Alright, let's see. More carrots again. More carrots again. Cause yeah, we can't reset the shop. Right? He's like, yeah. Then we got gift bunny. Gift bunny. Bunny merchant. Oh no, he got nothing here again. Get more carrots. More carrots again. No carrots again. There we go, we got carrot again. No carrots again. Yep, no carrot again. Oh, now we got carrots again. You like the event, but you would change something? In the event menu, you complete a stage. Okay. Alright. Get even more of these. Alright, let's get to the next one. And then I have to do it on my ult too. So each node costs 4 carrots. But like golden carrots give you 8. Bunny merchants, you have a chance of getting your carrots back. Oh, nothing there. I gotta do this shit on my own as well after. They're all really tanky though now. These guys. But yeah, we just keep going through. And then I assume they give us 100 carrots a day or something. Alright, let's go deal with the bad carrot now. Honestly, the roars from that one was kind of shit. I should have taken a different path. Nope, nothing there. Yeah, I'm at 132. That guy's at 473, damn. Damn. Yeah, I figured bad carrot's lowest priority. Someone in SEA is at 500 plus, damn. Damn. What even is the flame artistry damage by 10% times stacks? The fuck is that? Eh, whatever. Don't matter. Nope, nothing there. You got 467, that's all your luck? I see. Get the carrots. And then we go back to Gift Bunny. Get more nope, nothing there. Nope, nothing. Too bad you can't just see the whole grid. So you know where to keep going. Alright, let's do this one. Right, on to the next one. And edge. Alright, on to the next one. Alright, give Bunny. Bunny Merchant. More carrots. Alright. I'll pick that one. Gift bunny. Gift bunny, sneaky carrot. Alright, on to the next one. Alright, we got more of these to grab. Yeah, they're getting way more tanky. The further in we get, the tankier they become. Right, the further in we get, the tankier they become. Alright, let's see. Gift bunny. More carrots, that's 3 more clicks. Right, that's 1 more click. 2 more, 2 more, 2 more. Another 2 more clicks. Another 2 more clicks. Alright, we just keep going. We'll see how far we get after we get to the end. And then I have to go do it on my alt too. We'll do it on my alt after. Right, bunny merchant here. More carrots again. More carrots again. Right, just wait for it to load. And they're dead. Okay. On to the next one. Right, we got a nice surplus of carrots so far. And they're dead. Alright. Easy. Alright, on to the next one. Alright, where we are now. I'm at 2:30 now. And we gotta keep touching the grass or whatever here. More golden carrots ahead. Very nice. So we can keep pushing further. Yeah, it gives a lot of grass. Look at all those golden carrots in a row, man. Alright, let's see. Nope, nothing there. At least can get that back. But yeah, we're almost at the end of my RNG right now. Oh well, that is what it is. Alright, we're almost at the end of the run for now. Yeah, I don't really know what I was doing. But yeah. The golden carrots help you go much further when you can get them, but like... Nope, nothing there. Might as well do that. We're out. We're at 276. Not the greatest RNG, but like, that is what it is. Alright, like, I don't really care about like all these carrot rankings, but like, yeah. And this started when the patch dropped, right? Did I miss one day because it capped? Or what? Yeah, still top 100. Man, these vehicles are gonna take forever to upgrade, man. Alright, let's do it on my alt. I still have to do my sub break dailies and shit. We'll do those later. But yeah, let's log into my alt and do it there. Wait, I don't know which one that which.
Authorization.
I think I accidentally opened up both clients somehow. I don't know which one is which. Fuck. Okay, this is the right one. Alright, let's see. I don't have enough for the merchant, one sec. Oh wait. I wonder if like you collect all the stats for stacks or something. If you like permanently remove it from selection. So like you can't get it with RNG. I wonder if that's how like it works. Damn, look at all the golden carrots there. Just back to back. Alright, time to do this one. Alright, like, it is what it is. After we finish all of these, we'll look at the Lenses trailer, and then we'll do the reacts. Alright, we got that big flame tornado there. That's neat. Alright, let's go. Come on. Load on in. I still don't know how the hell I got the freaking flame tornado to trigger there, but I couldn't do it when I did it on my main. But hey. Cool that we got it. Yeah, if we max the flame tornado, it will probably guaranteed every dash. Yeah, probably. On to the next one. And edge. Right, nice and easy. Alright, let's get to the next one. Next one. Four in a row golden carrot, imagine. Four in a row golden carrot. Oh damn it, nothing there. Oh well, let's keep going. Hopefully I'll get enough by the end of this thing to get them out as well. Right, hopefully I'll have enough by the end of it. Nope, nothing there. Not enough. Gotta love getting golden carrots. More carrot there. Another golden, another golden, another golden. Alright, we go down here so we can get the other golden carrot. Gotta love getting all the golden carrots, man. Always nice when you get a chain of golden carrots. Always nice. Right, always nice. Right, another 3 in a row right there. And then there's another golden carrot again. Alright, on to the next one. What do I got next? God damn it. Oh, we're not getting the carrot thing. Well, this is all we got now. There now. Another 4 in a row. God damn. Three in a row right there. Nothing here. Nope, nothing. Oh, get my carrots back. Twenty pulls for Void Piercer 0-star 4-piece but broke. Rep, man. Surely you'll have enough by the end of the patch to get it, man. Surely. But oof. Surely you'll have enough. Surely. Oh damn it, they got nothing. Alright, let's go do this one. We already have like the base buffs, like maxed out. And they're dead. Yeah, my ult is killing them faster than my main did. More buffs here. Alright, let's keep going. Just go clear this one. Alright, they're dead. On to the next one. Oh damn it, nothing there. Right, might as well grab them. God damn it. Sucks when we get these like blank merchants, man. Alright, where we are now. Right, on to the next one. Alright, here we are. And edge. They all die so much faster here. Because I have a lot more buffs. Well, I have a lot more everything. Just to experiment with some stuff. That's all. At one point it was because I wanted to farm returnee points, but then I ended up not doing that. But now I use it sometimes for like extra teleports. If I want to use it for out of bounds stuff. I have a couple saved out of bounds locations on this one. Oh, I'm out. Out of carrots. 389. So this is in rank 13. At 389. 389 on my ult. We got so much better RNG on this one. Okay, cool. What the hell is this thing? And then we have these other ones. Farming eternal points. Uh-huh. I said returnee points, but whatever. Complete unlocks memory shards, provide various buffs. I like removed. Okay. Oh, we got time to do that one. We can do that later. Here's what we'll do now. Let's see the Lince's PV. Right, we got Lince's PV here. Let's give it a look. Right. Lince's PV time. Wait, no subs? Oh, rip, no subs.
安防局办案。
Alright, so she has a skateboard thing. Surely we'll see gameplay of it. Oh, get on. Well, she got some ice cream now. Oh. Oh, she made it through there. Didn't get crushed. Gameplay time? Oh, her idle animation has her bring out the selfie stick. Alright, attacks with the skateboard. And it leaves a bunch of paint everywhere. Okay. Right, and there we go. We'll have to see how that ends up playing out. Right, we'll see how that goes. Alright, but there we go. Cool concept weapon, always creative with the weapon here. Best variety of weapons from the games I've played. Creativity, looking forward to see all of her weapon skills, looks fun to use. Skateboard weapon. They could have made this weapon flame, but nope. The avatar in top left avatar. Skateboard weapon. Cool, that's the NPC. NPC has Master Chief vibes. Alright, the graffiti colors suit the skateboarder design. Moveset looks cool. Breakdance though. The skateboard anomaly from the NTE preview. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Warning, special effects may cause migraine or any epileptic reactions. Looks like she's an NTE, yeah. Why not Shocky X? What? Prey DPS Frost. What will be her name in global? Is it still Lindsys or Lindsay? I saw some posts saying Lindsay. Probably Lindsay, since she ain't a cat girl. Guidafen, we know it. What? What the hell is a Guidafen? Streamer skateboarding Anka. Alright, nice way to start 5.0. There we go. We'll see what she's about when we get her in a month. Right? We'll see what it's about in about a month. But there you have that one. Right? Unfortunately, no subs. So, whatever. Okay, here's what we'll do then. Well, this one was sent to the React anyway, so we'll look at this one. Alright. The WoW story critique response video. Right, so let's go give this a look. Right, WoW story critique response video. Right, because they'd be crying. We'll look in the comments later because it's probably funny if he had to do this.
This video is a response to the feedback I received in my last critique of the storytelling of Genshin and Withering Waves. There are numerous times in my narrations where my understanding of the story was misinterpreted, vague, or incorrect. This is my attempt at rectifying said mistakes and clarifying my points further in the previous video. Thank you to Nyx on Discord for assisting me with validating the information. Their YouTube channel will be linked below. Let's get something out of the way first. Some people are under the impression that I skipped the story. This is not true, and I can even prove it. About a year ago, when Withering Waves first launched in May 2024, I was one of the first million users that joined on the global servers, since in the video I made at the time, I made sure to point it out. As you can see, the user ID in the video will match the one in most of the story footage shown in the recent critique. Simply put, this is my account. I captured the footage of me going through the story. These long source videos cannot exist if I skipped it, since, as you know, there's no way to replay the main campaign once it's been done. In Withering Waves, when you skip main story cutscenes, there is a dialogue window that displays a quick summary of the scene. I am speaking completely honestly when I say this. I didn't even know this was a thing. I'll now re-explain what I understand of the facts on the backstory of the Black Shores and Rover's origin. This ties to my personal gripe with them as a protagonist. The Black Shores is a research facility focused on eradicating the Lament. The Tethys system is an advanced supercomputer able to predict the movements of said Laments. Long ago, the Rover was the one that established the Black Shores, with Shorekeeper helping manage the place. The duo has experienced the Lament destroy civilization and pledged to protect it at all costs. They eventually left for other important tasks, and the Tethys system became the governing body. The rover, having returned, now recognizing the role as the astral modulator, speaks to the Black Shores people as its leader, reiterating the purpose for this place's existence is to safeguard the people on this planet. Because, and I quote, people are the heart of civilization. Broken systems can be fixed, but without people, civilization has no soul. From this, we can tell that the rover has a strong desire to combat the Lament and stop it from laying waste to this world. My question then is, why? Did the Lament kill one of their loved ones? Did it destroy their homeland? Is it just out of an unknown obligation? Compare this to the first episode of the anime Attack on Titan. Eren's hatred for Titans is very understandable, because we see them lay siege to the city he lived in. Eren's mob is brutally devoured, and what's left of the people escape in solemn silence. We see the chaos unfold right in front of us, which means it's a way more effective way to align myself to the interests of Eren. It is my opinion that because there is a lack of emotional involvement between the rover and the world, as of right now, I find their goals of saving civilization vague and hard to relate to. Meanwhile, the Shorekeeper holds the rover in high regards, as they showed her that this world is worth protecting. She's relaying a deep bond with the rover, yet the player was not there to experience any of the build-up to the relationship.
Exactly, it's like, what? Already throwing themselves at you? Like, what the fuck? The fuck is this? Right? Like, what the fuck? You like how he reviewed the general plot? Yeah. And the video about plot issues were fine. Exactly. It's just the fucking wow crybabies or Pepega, man. The original criticism completely valid. Only thing Wuwa is the genre. The thing is, it's a classic wuxia story of transcending a mortal who saves the good and punishes the wicked. All in a great saga. Tropes have a really big audience, especially in the East. Yeah, they're generally kind of scuffed, man.
Remember what you taught me? Remember all the times we spent together? The audience—
What did we teach her? What? That never happened, right? What time did they spend together? The few cutscenes that you see her in? Wait, no, you went there. Is that it? No, he was close when he reviewed Toph, but I get that. Average Gacha experience. Yep.
Did not see their bond flourish over time. Instead, it's told to you through dialogue. Therefore, it is my opinion that the writing for Shorekeeper in version 1.3 was shallow and carries little emotional weight.
Yeah.
Regarding Abby, I will admit, after looking through some of the story again, he absolutely works better than Paimon as a mascot character. He presents new information, is not intrusive nor bloat the dialogue, and helps out the rover many times throughout the journey. My original comment on not being able to form an attachment to Abby is more of a spur-of-the-moment thing. I did not think thoroughly about its actions and the previous parts of the story, so I apologize for that confusion. Regarding Cantarella, I will now re-explain my understanding of her character backstory and motivations.
Okay.
During the 2.0 storyline, the Phasalia family was hinted to have colluded with the Order in shady dealings against the Montelli family, suggesting that they may be up to no good. It doesn't help that the rover overheard a rumor that Canarella has a history of poisoning others. In all honesty, I think my expectations would have actually been subverted if she did turn out to be the questionable type, instead of the lawfully good trait that almost every other character has.
Yep.
As head of the family,
Okay.
Canarella has been in the background searching for a way to rid of the Threnodians' influence for good. The reason why she has kept a low profile is that Leviathan, the name of the Threnodian, has the power to mind control and distort the beliefs of people, and knowing the truth surrounding their identity can cause someone to suffer delusions and drive them to madness. Under that influence and uncertain how long the Sentinel's powers will last, she wants to find a solution before it's too late. The natures of the deities in Raguna are not actually universally agreed upon across all factions so far, all thanks to the disturbances by Leviathan. Carlotta believed that there was only one divinity before learning about the Threnodian in the stained glass murals. The Order believed that there will be a young maiden chosen to convene with the Sentinel during the Carnival celebrations. The reality is, the order in which the Sentinel's resonator is selected is not through the rite of the Carnival, but rather by attempting to resonate with the sword, Turvin.
Okay.
The Phasalia family has held many trials in
So
which young
go
maidens
pick up the
attempt
sword
to resonate.
then, I guess. The OT on the other side is like ancient Superior type of curiosity. I guess. No, and what if you're just so strong you pull out the whole ground inside and the sword's still stuck in it? You pull out the entire thing that's holding it in place. I remember I saw like a meme a long time ago where it's like when Link picks up the Master Sword, there's like this weird animation, except the Master Sword doesn't exit the pedestal. He lifts up the entire pedestal with it, and he starts swinging it around. So he just got this big stone slab at the end of the edge, or where the tip of the Master Sword is. So he's just swinging a big ass stone slab there, or the pedestal, or whatever.
Resonate with the sword meant to hold the powers of the Sentinel only to perish in the process. Even knowing that Cardathea may be the Threnodian's resonator when they met, she has a vested interest in breaking free of the shackles that her family is under, so she agrees to help you. Being the chosen one herself, this is also the reason why she has decided to forfeit the powers of the Sentinel's second awakening, since in a brief foresight, she saw a vision of Fleur-de-Lis wielding the sword and battling the Threnodian. Looking back at the backstory, I gained a deeper appreciation of her character. My original argument is that because the player didn't see the years of suffering that Canarella went through, either that may be watching those attempting to resonate with Turvin to their doom, or how the Threnodian's influence has been slowly chipping away at her sanity over time. It is my opinion that the final moment where she sacrifices her powers and gives it to Cardathea rings hollow and carries little emotional impact. I alluded to the same events to the Shalonin ancient name case in Natlan. Instead of showing the great efforts she has gone through to undergo this impossible task, it is told to you through exposition, if at all.
Of course.
You don't see the struggles of Canarella that has gone through to culminate in this ultimate decision. The rover did not ever struggle to achieve victory. I wish to address this point made in the critique video next. My definition of struggling may be different than some other people, and I apologize for not making the point clear. I recognize that there are numerous times in the rover's journey that they received help from other parties, such as Abby shielding them from the Threnodian's attack, Brant rescuing them from the whale, or Cardathea breaking the barrier that Fleur-de-Lis has placed on them. My definition of a struggle, or sacrifice, is that I need to see the impact that it had on the character, and what they have lost or consumed in the process. I'll leave two examples of this. The first is Punishing Grey Ravens Chapter 16. The hive of a newly evolved species of enemies known as the hetero creatures has given birth to a pair of humanoid twins wielding powerful abilities from the punishing virus. None of the combatants are able to match their skills in combat. The boss fight in the chapter is a scripted loss, and there's even a section where Liv desperately tries to fight back while she gets tossed around like a
then you
ragdoll,
lose again.
only ending the stage when the player's health runs out. To put it simply, you lose. Another great example I can think of is from Girls Frontline 1, containing some of my favorite writing in a gacha game. During the chapter Polarized Light, there is a section in which the commander needs to evacuate their troops to a nearby base from enemy pursuit. However, they must assign a troop of dolls to defend the entrance and blow it up to stop enemy advances. This means whoever this troop consists of will be fighting to the bitter end. It's a one-way ticket to their doom, and the commander is tasked with the difficult decision of who to leave behind. This is how I see real struggle and sacrifice. These moments hit way harder for me because of how much impact they have. Because of this, it is my opinion that the rover did not struggle or sacrifice anything significant in their journey so far, and why these moments did not leave a lasting impression on me. The reason that I prefer PGR's story way more is that it focuses on a smaller cast that develops over time, with their personal goals and motivations, and you being there to support them. Compared to the central conflict, you feel small and powerless, and it's precisely because of this that I find their victories feel significant and well-earned. The rover's journey is more or less their own. As a godlike being, they're on a spiritual quest to find out what's best for their civilization. This is their story, and the player has lesser involvement in it.
Godlike being, but when you're playing it in game, you definitely don't feel godlike. Just in name.
While subjective, this is also the reason why I could not get into Withering Waves' plot myself, at least for now. Everyone interprets storytelling differently. As you may have noticed a pattern, I'm someone that's more into stories focused on emotional development. I recognize that there are people out there that enjoy the grand nature of Withering Waves' world building and are less bothered by the character motivations, or how the rover is more connected philosophically with the world instead of emotionally. I don't have a problem with other people enjoying the story for what it is. Whether you like one method over the other is purely subjective. However, I should still be allowed to interpret things in my own way and form my own opinions on what I think. Whenever I judge storytelling, I'm reminded of a great phrase in the Umineko series, one of my favorite visual novels to this day. Without love, it cannot be seen. If there's no emotional meaning, I find it very hard to connect and relate to characters' actions, to the point of leaving it out completely. This has been my guiding principle when it comes to evaluating story, and I can see how that has caused me to miss vitally important details surrounding the game world and its characters. While my opinions of Withering Waves' story remains mostly unchanged, I want to take this chance to remedy the glaring mistakes I made during the critique video. There's no other way to say this. I'm sorry. My poor judgment was due to a combination of laziness, unwillingness to learn, and general oversight. There is no excuse for this. I will take this feedback to heart, and I will do better.
Standout? I don't know, like, not really, no. I can't really think of anything that stands out, because they're all usually kind of scuffed in their own way. Some are just far more scuffed than others. Yeah, they won't understand what that phrase even means. Yup. They won't understand. But like, all that matters to them is, ooh, flashy cutscene. And being manipulated by them to thinking that their devs have listened. Even though the reality is they probably just created the problem to then give you a band-aid later. To farm their interaction there. It's just ridiculous, man. He shouldn't have done this.
This will be the only response video towards this topic. Rest assured, I will not be making another video dedicated to critiquing a gacha game story in the future. Thank you for tuning in, and take care.
He won't do it anymore because the Kuro bots, man. He basically is like, no, I'm not gonna do it anymore. They had to ruin it, man. They had to ruin it. They had to ruin it. Not me making one in the future, what a shame, yeah. Definitely some in that regard, let's not pretend, yeah. They're ridiculous. I would have just farmed them for more. Bro found out about the same tone as Kurogang, yeah. They're the loudest fanbase with the most toxic positivity. Yeah. Honestly, I would have just freaking farmed them and just let them, ignored them. And just be like, fuck this. Get fucked. Yeah, it does feel like the same style. You don't blame me for putting them together, yeah. It's the same fucking garbage, man. It's the same garbage. What character development? We're talking about Wuwa. There is none. There is none. There is no character development, man. They got no character development. Yeah, they could never, man. Imagine expecting anything out of them, man. Imagine. Imagine. Did we miss anything from that? Oh yeah, there was that Glaive Keo video that I just downloaded instead. So we don't give him the view. Right? Did we see the one that was like titled I uninstalled? The one the... Oh wait, no, that's the Glaive Keo video. I don't know why it was sent twice. Alright, let me open it up. Oh, let me open that up.
Have you ever wondered what makes a game feel alive? Not just the graphics or the grind, but that spark. The moment you realize you're part of something.
Game feels alive? How about actually having a fucking game? That's rich coming from this guy, man. Game feeling alive. But there is no game. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, you can probably get more engagement if you just kept doing the thing. I've just been like, get fucked and ignore them. You should have just ignored them and just like ignored the backlash and farmed them for views. Hate watches are great because then it's free engagement. And if they'll spread it around. And then you'll get more of them. Right?
Bigger. You see the potential. You're investing in a set of characters that pull you in and won't let go. It is.
Yeah, I don't get that from like any of these scratches, man. They haven't done that, man. I'm like, yeah, nah. And especially when like they're like at the end of anything, they take the cheap whore that they showed you, they throw them in the trash, and then get the next cheap whore to show to you to do the same thing, and then trash them to give you the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. It's like, what's even the point anymore?
It's a magic trick, really. Developers spend years perfecting it, balancing rewards and challenges like a tightrope act. But what happens when that balance tips?
Challenges,
not by accident, but by design. At the start, we all cheered Genshin could never, a free 5-star character that doesn't suck. 10 free polls every patch. We all love this game. But then a single decision, a single character that doesn't just shift
like
the
for
game.
me, honestly, with these games, like no amount of rewards will matter. Because if I don't want to actually play the game for the game, and you took that, like you look at it in isolation, like what's left? Am I just looking at rewards here? Am I just looking at only rewards? Is that what I'm there for, only rewards? If that's like all it is, it's like this shit don't matter to me. I'm there for the game, even if there is none, and it's only rewards, well I'm gone.
It fractures the people playing it. And that is where we are at with Honkai Star Rail. Something called a global passive, a perk tied to a character named Castris, has turned a community into a battleground. It is not about power levels or meta stats anymore. It is about broken trust, failed expectations, and a backlash that is louder than anyone saw coming. How this gacha game went from being one of the greatest in the genre ended up as being one of the worst in a span of 2 years. Well, it all started with a beta test. It is weeks before Castris' official reveal, and the 3 3.2 patch of Honkai Star Rail is still in its beta testing phase. You know, that secretive stage where only a handful of insiders get a peek at what is coming. Except this time, the lid blew off early. Whispers about Castris' global passive started leaking out. First in the hushed corners of Discord, then exploding across platforms like wildfire. But what's crazy about this is that it wasn't just the usual beta nerds dissecting this. Big name content creators, people who don't typically touch leaks with a 10-foot pole, jumped in head first. Even some of those tied to Hoyoverse contracts couldn't resist chiming in on streams, dropping cryptic hints or full-on rants. Twitter was popping off. All of this was just because it was that bad. And let's be clear, this wasn't about Castris' passive being OP yet. It was the idea of it that had everyone shocked, because suddenly a mechanic that sounded like a distant rumor was the talk of the town. And the HSR community, they were already picking sides. It was viral, it was messy, and it set the stage for everything that came next. But what does this passive actually do? Because it's the heart of this whole mess. Castris' ability is wild. The moment you pull her, the moment she gets into your account, you get an account-wide revive. No need to put her on your team, no hoops to jump through. It works everywhere. From story missions to endgame, no questions asked. On paper, it's a safety net. Your squad wipes and it activates. You're back in the fight. But here's where it gets dicey. Some players are shrugging it off, saying, it's not that strong. Just don't die, forehead. Fair point. But then there's the other side, and it's a loud one. This isn't about Castris alone. It's about what comes next. If Hoyoverse can slap a revive global passive on a character you just paid for, what is stopping them from dropping speed boosts, critical rate buffs, or even why stop at gameplay? A global passive that lets you skip story quests. And that is not even the worst part. Because what if Hoyoverse just balances the enemy, the end game, based on these global passives?
Didn't they have like a passive on a character that would just like one-shot trash mobs and shit? It's like, okay. So what? I think I remember like seeing something like that a while back, but it's like, okay. Like, here's the thing, man. The end game content, if all you care about is doing it for rewards, you lost the whole plot there, right? The rewards are not worth it anyways. You get such a garbage, pathetic amount. It's not worth the effort. And if you feel like you have to pull to do it, then don't do it. Because you're never getting your resources back. You're never going to. Like, that's the thing that, like, a lot of these people don't understand. Shit's why I don't really care too much about endgame content unless it either is permanent and they add more instead of resetting it, or they have it so, like, none of the shit that you have matters and it's set up in a completely different way. But, like, the vast majority of these things don't have either. Right? If you have to spend, you know, 25,000 premium currency just to clear it, you've lost the point. You've completely lost the point. But again, Gacha gamers too stupid to understand this. Right? He's burning money and time, yeah. Except the reality is, if you do it without the one of them, the other part becomes drastically worse. Alright? And if you don't like the other part, then what the fuck are you even doing there? Right? Like, for me, I don't want to touch, like, the vast majority of them, because if they were, like, actually just a regular game, they're garbage. Like, as an actual game. You remove the bullshit there, and what do you have left? There's, like, nothing left. That's why, like, I don't bother touching the vast majority of them, because the reality is, like, what am I even there for? Right, and if I only care for the art, well, I can get the art elsewhere. I can look at the nicer art elsewhere, if that's all I want. Though I don't really even think about that stuff. But other than that, it's like, yeah, if you were to, like, I think a great way to look at it is, if you were to, like, take the game, remove the gacha, remove all the farming crap, and stuff like that, and it would just let you play through it would you still play through it? Would you still play through it, and do you think you would still do you think you would enjoy it? And for me, for a lot of them, the answer is like, nah. That's why it's like, okay, you know, we see this, but then it's like, I'm quite skeptical on this or that or whatever. Right? But yeah, like, it is what it is. Endgame content doesn't matter.
Passives in mind. Ooh, wouldn't it be nice if you have a revive global passive? Yeah, there you go. You make a problem, you sell the solution. The possibilities are endless, and that is the fear. A precedent that turns HSR into a pay-to-win nightmare. It is a meta shift.
It's already pay to win. It's a fucking gacha game. They're all pay to win. They're all pay to win. You're just paying in different ways. Are you paying with your time? Are you paying with money? Or are you doing a mix of both? And at the same time, it's like, what are you even winning? Right? Like, what is it that you want from there? It always has been. They're all like this. These guys that are just looking at it like this are all fucking delusional. They don't see the point.
Where pulling the right character isn't just an advantage, it's a necessity.
No, it's not a necessity. They don't understand. If you pull the right character and you didn't want them, you just pulled them because you felt like you need them to do the Pepega endgame content. Again, it's like, how much resources are you spending? You're never going to get those resources back. So like, don't bother. It's a waste of your time. It's a waste of your money. It's a waste of your resources. It's a waste of everything. Just leave it as is. Right? But that's what happens when you start looking at it logically. It makes no sense to bother. But then again, these guys are really Pepega.
And when a game's balance starts tilting toward your credit card, well, that is when the real fight begins. And fight they did! Before Hoyoverse even confirmed this thing, the backlash was deafening. For weeks, forums were a war zone. Twitch streams were soapboxes, and social media, absolute pandemonium. Players weren't just annoyed, they were done. You had threads dissecting every angle of this passive. Creators streaming hours and debating about the direction of where Honkai Star Rail is going. And videos on YouTube spreading this warning around. But it didn't stop with HSR diehards. Word spread fast, and soon other gacha communities, Genshin, Wuthering Waves, Arknights, you name it, were peering over the fence, shaking their heads. This wasn't just about one game anymore. It was a flare-up of frustrations with Hoyoverse's whole playbook. Power creep, HP blow, and now this. It felt like a breaking point, like the community was finally ready to draw a line in the sand. The question was, would the devs listen, or would they double down? After weeks of speculations and shouting matches online, Hoyoverse finally stepped up. About a week ago, March 30th, they announced it. Castorace's global passive, it is real, and it is staying, and they are not blinking. You would think that they would at least pretend to hear the uproar, but no. They went full steam ahead like they didn't care. And as you would imagine, the fallout hit fast. The live stream right now, as I am recording this, has 9,000 dislikes. And for reference, that is the most dislikes Honkai Star Rail has ever gotten, not just on their live streams, but on their entire channel. The game's Google Play reviews took a nosedive. Players mass uninstalled, and a lot of them have already accepted that the game they once loved isn't that game anymore. The disappointment was immeasurable, and their day is ruined. A gut punch to a community already on edge. And there is Gacha Smack, one of the biggest voices in the HSR space. He walked away, and it hit like a symbol of everything crumbling down. And at this point, players were calling Honkai Star Rail dead. It is an over-exaggeration, of course, but considering everything that has happened, they might as well die. But not everyone was ready to burn their bridges, which brings us to the real head-scratcher, the content creators for HSR. Before that live stream, these folks were vocal. Twitch chats turned into battlegrounds. Twitter threads read like war cries. This passive is predatory. Hoyoverse is shit.
Yeah, you're talking about predatory passive in a predatory game. Imagine. Right? Like, imagine if I was in their place instead. I'm like, yeah? Like, what the fuck you expect, man? It's a gacha game, of course it's predatory. Right? Imagine if I was in their place instead. My stance on it and how I would, like, talk about it completely different. Then the freaking guys on their soapboxes. I'm like, yeah, what you expect, man? You give them an inch, they'll take you a mile. That's what happens. And we're about to see it to everything else soon. You know, once those Trump tariffs go into effect, even if you're not from the States, when companies are gonna think about pricing on the newer products or whatever going forward, they'll probably just raise the prices everywhere else too and use those tariffs as an excuse. So that's something to keep in mind. Since usually things don't go down in price, even though there's no reason for them to go to stay up high there, because once they realize people will pay for it anyways, they're just gonna keep it up there. Very rarely will they just lower things down across the board. Yeah, that Google Play low ratings US only. I wonder why, yeah. Wonder why indeed. The reality is if they're mad, if they're actually mad about this, what they should be doing is trying to get to their get petitions and stuff set in place and bring this information up with their local politicians. That's where, if you want actual change, review bombing these games isn't gonna do that. Like, if they actually want shit changed, bring it up with the fucking government. If the government wants to do, like, actually pursue any type of action, maybe blocking or even banning the game, you know, or like banning games doing these types of practices, that's what you want to do. That's what you should be doing at this point, because, like, it's not going to change anything. Right? Like, at this point, like, the thing is, if you do it this way, like the way they're doing it, it's not like voting against it. You're not voting against it anymore. The mob is too big. What you're actually doing is you're either voting or not voting. You're not voting against it anymore. You're just not voting. That's basically the situation right now. So if you actually want change, you have to do it a different way. Not like they're gonna bother to think about that. Like, cause that's what they should be doing. If they're really that mad. And it's not like it hasn't worked before. You have places in the EU where shit with, like, loot boxes and stuff have already been banned in some countries and stuff like that. So, like, some games, like, just straight up are not even playable in some EU countries. But if it gets on a much larger, much broader scale, you might be able to impact them enough to force a change. Like, remember what happened with the iPhone? Right? Now we have USB-C connectors on our iPhones because of the EU. The government was like, nah, fuck no. Everyone use USB-C port. And then they even got Apple to allow people to sideload. It's still kind of scuffed, and Apple's still doing sketchy stuff behind the scenes on that. On, like, the external app stores and all that other stuff there. But at least some changes happened. That's what they need to be doing if they actually want things to change. That's what they should be doing. Right? It's like, if they're gonna be doing the review bombing, do it for, like, a different reason. When it's stuff like that, you better take it elsewhere to where you can actually cause a change. And not just, oh, look, mass download on the Play Store, and yet they'll still keep playing it or whatever anyways. Or the iOS store. Like, it's like, we all know they're just gonna go back to it anyways. They say they uninstalled, they take their screenshot to share and post online, and then they go back later, install the thing, and continue doing what they were doing anyways. Let's be real. They're not voting against it or whatever, they're just not voting. That's what's going on. It's not the same thing. Right? Like, that is not the same thing.
Shameless. They are blatantly going after your pockets. You name it, they said it. They had their fan bases fired up, ready to fight back against this cash grab nonsense. And then early access hits, and then suddenly it is crickets, or worse, business as usual. Some of these same voices who swore they would never support a predatory practice like this are out here streaming.
I mean, they're playing a fucking game. That's a gacha game. Like, what the fuck, man? Imagine.
Castris, swearing they will be polling for her, acting like last month never happened. And it's not just disappointing, it's maddening. I felt like I was going crazy. Some of them even joked about it now. I mean, like, you don't get to rally the troops, call out a company for crossing the line, and then shrug when the banner drops. Players are picking up on it too. Posts are popping off about creators who talk big but folded fast. The hypocrisy stings because this was supposed to be the moment we stood together against these tactics, not the moment we caved. So why the flip-flop? But here is where it gets even messier. After Hoyoverse locked in that passive, the conversation didn't just simmer down, it veered off a cliff. We went from this is a disaster to a really weird moral tug of war. Are you a bad person if you're polling for Castoris? To be fair, the gacha space is a litter box right now. Some are shaming players
It
for
always
caving,
has been a
others
litter
are
box.
defending it, like let people enjoy things. And look, I get it. We all process this stuff differently. But here's the thing. That is not the fight that matters. This was never about your personal poll history.
No, if you want to fight that matters, they're doing it all wrong. They're all doing it all wrong. All they're doing is either voting for it or not voting at all. Either way, you lose. That's why it's a waste of time and energy to do it that way. Right? Because, like, think about it this way. Imagine you have an election, right? And let's say you have 100 people trying to vote for something. And there's only one option on the ballot. Right? So you vote. Let's say the only answer is yes. Right? In this voting process where you have one choice or you don't vote at all. You have 100 people. If you have, let's say, 90% of that 100, so 90 people choose not to vote, the other 10 people vote. Well, the thing is, 100% of the votes cast is still going to be yes. They're not voting against it by not participating. They're just not voting. Like, it's not a fucking democracy thing there at all. It's just, you're voting or you're not voting. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it is. You're not voting against it. You're just not voting. If you want change, you're not gonna get it by doing what you're doing there. You gotta take it elsewhere. You gotta take it to things to try to get it regulated. That's how you get things to change. If you try to enforce rules and regulations. And where do you have to take that? Right? Go bug the fucking, your local politicians that take bribes for a living. Go bug them about it. Go bring it up with them and try to see if you can get them to take it further. Get a bunch of other people to help to work together to do that. That's how you're gonna get the change. Not by fucking review bombing the game. Right? If you can get the game banned and then they have to try to appeal that, you're actually gonna get some changes. Otherwise, nothing's gonna change. Like, that's the reality. Yeah, people don't know how democracy vote or market works. Exactly. They're just not... They're just abstaining from voting is what's really happening. But again, like, what you expect from people, man? The average person lacks the intelligence to figure that out. It's the same as just not voting. Voting with your wallet doesn't work anymore. Like, it doesn't work. Once the market and the thing is too wide, it's too big, you cannot vote with your wallet anymore. You're just not voting. It's either you vote or you don't vote. It's the same thing with, like, the pricing of everything now on all the other stuff. The reality is, guess what? Even though you choose not to vote for something, annoying scalper asshole number 69 is voting like 1,000 times over when they buy up all the stock of the overpriced crap so that they can resell it later. They're the one voting significantly more anyways, even though you choose not to vote. It's like that's the reality. Things are not going to change unless you force things to change. They're only going to get worse. That's why you need to get a bunch of people to group together to do something. Right? Just by fighting over it on like some online forum isn't gonna change anything. Get some sort of petitions and stuff over and just like flood and annoy the politicians with the thing you want them to bring up. If you can bring their attention to the thing you're mad about, then something might happen. It's not that it can't work, because we've already seen some of it working already in various places. The EU has been doing stuff on this shit in certain areas already, and it's only going to apply on a larger and larger scale slowly over time. As soon as they catch wind of it. Like, that's the thing, man. Like, you don't need to change their mind. Here's the thing. You just need to manipulate them into thinking they can use it to score brownie points in the next election. Right? Here's the thing, right? If you're a politician running, you want a nice big bad scapegoat to point problems to. And then you can say you'll do something about it to secure voters. Prey upon that type of behavior of politicians. That's how you get something to happen there. You present it as a big bad that they can bring up to score brownie points. Then they'll do something with that. That's what you do. Especially when it's something where, like, oh, once they bring it up to a higher spot there, it's like, oh, this is easy to deal with. Instead of, like, an actual real problem. That's what you gotta do. You paint it as some big bad thing that they can use as a scapegoat. Right? They win. Potentially you win. But yeah. Yeah, the politicians are narcissists. That's why you gotta prey upon that, on them being narcissists. You gotta manipulate them now. You gotta manipulate them. That's the key there. The games manipulate you? Why didn't you try to get some psychologists to work with to figure out how do you manipulate them instead? You know, get that Uno reverse card. Because the reality is you're not voting for it or against it. Well, you're not voting against it, you're just voting or not voting at all. That's just the reality once the mob becomes too big. You're no longer voting against it. If you don't want it, you're just not voting.
It is about a company flexing its muscle to squeeze every dime out of us. And the real issue, it is systemic. Hoyoverse is doubling down on tactics that prey on addiction and FOMO. Yet somehow, we have let that slide into the background. Listen, we had a shot to push back, to demand better. And instead, we're bickering over who's the bigger sellout. That momentum we had, it is fading fast. And it is a kick on the nuts to watch a chance for real change slip through our fingers. So where does that leave us? Alright, let's get a little vulnerable here, because this one hits close to home. I am sad about Honkai Star Rail. You can call me a hater, a cynic, whatever, I can take it, right? But watching a game people cared about slide into this shameless money-hungry spiral, it is a gut punch. And the content creators, people like me, rowing the same boat, I feel for them. At one point, we were all in sync, shouting from the rooftops about how predatory this game was, how we shouldn't let Hoyoverse off the hook. But now, it is like we're drifting into different shores. I see them heading toward that cash grab island, and I feel powerless. And I think there's a lot of people feeling the same split. Disappointed but torn. But that leaves us with the big questions. Can we still push back? Is there any way to demand better for players for...
Again, if they want to demand better, take it further to a way that will actually cause problems for them. The reality is, if you want something to change there, you gotta make it affect their bottom line.
creators, or are we too far gone? I still remember what HSR was. It was great back then, but what it's becoming, that is a question mark I can't shake. So where do we go from here? I am not here to guilt trip anyone. That is not the kind of message I want to convey. But if this mess has you fired up, there is stuff you can do. Even though the companies are not listening to you, I mean, proven, right? The least you can do is support the creators. The people who are pivoting out of the game like Gacha Smack. Watch their other videos, man. Videos about other gacha games. I heard people are going into wizardry now. So why don't you watch that kind of games? Maybe you want to try out other gacha games? Or maybe, you know, go out of gacha entirely. It's not like this is the best genre, you know? There is a whole world out there. This isn't about drawing battle lines or picking teams. It is about thinking it through. What do you want from this community? I am not telling you to uninstall right now, right? I am just saying, let's discuss it, you know? What is worth fighting for? Because if we don't, I don't know who will. But for now, that's all from me, Glaive Keo, and I'll see you in the next one. Cheers! Have you ever wondered what makes a game?
It looped up again because now it's over. But like, yeah, like the reality is, it's like you're either voting or not voting at all. So like at some point, you gotta change your tactic. Right? And like at this point, they have to change their tactics, man. Because choosing not to vote isn't gonna work. Right, like it's just not gonna work. History's worst software? What's this one?
Katie Yarborough woke up on a warm, clear June day in 1985 and prepared for her 12th cancer treatment. The 61-year-old manicurist got dressed and drove herself to the Kennestone Regional Oncology Center in Marietta, Georgia, where a state-of-the-art linear accelerator called the Therac 25 would direct high-energy electrons and/or X-rays into her lymph nodes, as it had done for patients in the area thousands of times before. The Therac would need only a few seconds to painlessly deliver around 200 rads to her upper left chest. But that day, something went wrong. Yarborough felt a red-hot sensation instead of nothing. "You burned me," she told the technician, who quickly assured her that this wasn't possible. Over the next few weeks, she would need one breast fully removed, and her left arm would become completely paralyzed. But her useless arm didn't stop her from living her life, or from driving. She died 5 years later when her car was struck by a truck on a Georgia highway. Katie Yarborough was the first victim of what would be later called some of the worst software-caused accidents in history. This is the true story of the Therac 25. How do you treat an insidious and deep-seated disease like cancer and its many forms without invasive and dangerous surgeries? One answer, in use for over 100 years now, is radiation, or radiotherapy. The concept is simpler than its name suggests. Radiation, in the form of high-energy particles and photons, can ionize or otherwise change atoms and molecules. In a sensitive structure like DNA, enough of this damage can lead to the death of a cell. A disease like cancer progresses through the unchecked division of cells, so why not try blasting these mutants with radiation that can, by its very nature, pass invisibly through body tissue? What began in earnest only after World War II and the first nuclear reactors is now a highly sophisticated field that uses three-dimensional body imaging and targeted beams of radiation from linear particle accelerators to prevent, halt, and otherwise destroy cancer cells. In the best cases, radiotherapy is considered an effective weapon in 4 out of 10 cancers. No scalpel required. In 1976, AECL Medical, a division of Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, developed a revolutionary double-pass accelerator, which streamlined linear accelerator designs by using electromagnets to send beams through a target twice instead of once. The Therac 25 was one such double-pass machine, 7 feet high and 12 feet wide, smaller than previous accelerators.
What is this notification? There's this Snowbreak trailer? What? We can look at the Snowbreak trailer when we go to Snowbreak category in a bit.
Also, unlike the accelerators of old, the Therac 25 was run principally by software instead of hardware, lines of code instead of interdependent physical mechanisms. In 1983, AECL performed a safety analysis on the new machine and started selling the Therac 25 to excited customers. This state-of-the-art device was in high demand. However, left out of that 1983 analysis was any interrogation of the software that ran these complicated devices, of the code based on the older Therac 20 model and written by a single person, a coding hobbyist, who left the company in 1986. He remains unidentified to this day. 2 weeks after Katie Yarborough told her technician that she felt a burning sensation during her cancer treatment, there was a red mark the size of a dime on her chest. And directly opposite that mark, a larger disc on her back. Tim Still, the medical physicist at Kennestone, examined her. "That looks like the exit dose made by an electron beam," he said. It looked nothing like what could be created by her prescribed 200 rad dose. The physicist later estimated what actually hit Yarborough was closer to 20,000 rads, hundreds of times more than what you'd receive standing inside a failed reactor at Fukushima Daiichi. But Dr. Still wasn't able to recreate a beam of that strength with the machine himself, so he contacted a professional organization to tell them what had happened. He quickly got a call from the AECL in response, telling him to stop making these claims without any proof. They assured him that such an overdose simply wasn't possible.
Okay.
Over the next few weeks, the dime-sized red circle on Yarborough's chest became a hole. Skin grafts failed, as any new tissue simply rotted away. Her left breast, recently cancer-free, had to be entirely removed. Her left arm was now immobile. Many sources report it was though a slow-motion gunshot wound had gone through her chest and out of her back. Yarborough would hire a lawyer and sue the hospital and AECL in the October of 1985. But she wouldn't live to find out the reason why nanoscopic bullets had done this to her. 7 weeks later, concerningly similar to Katie Yarborough, a 40-year-old woman with cervical cancer arrived for her most recent Therac 25 treatment at the Hamilton Regional Cancer Center in Ontario, Canada. She too was hit with a slow-motion bullet, complaining of tingling electric shocks during treatment.
It
would be later estimated
bullets.
that what the Therac operator had mistakenly irradiated her hip with several times was a total of 17,000 rads. A
So,
larger
like,
dose
is that a lot?
than what Harry Doglian Jr. or Louis Slotin received from the Demon Corps. The AECL was informed immediately and had an engineer dispatched to examine the unit. The microswitches that controlled the position of the unit's turntable were deemed faulty, and a software change to constantly check the turntable position was introduced. AECL would later claim in a September letter to customers that this change had increased the safety of the Therac 25 by 5 orders of magnitude. But the cervical cancer patient died a month before this pronouncement, on November 3rd. Her official cause of death was her cervical cancer, though an autopsy revealed that if she had lived, her hip, obliterated by high-energy radiation, would have to have been entirely replaced. 5 days later, a letter from the Canadian Radiation Protection Bureau begged AECL for hardware failsafes and additional software changes, but nothing came of it. Just a month after the heavily irradiated cervical cancer patient died, it happened again. A Therac 25 unit at the Yakima Valley Memorial Hospital in Washington State, supposed to be now 9 million % safer, hit another cervical cancer patient in the hip with more radiation than what Cecil Kelly endured when a whirlpool of plutonium went prompt critical in his face.
RIP.
Thankfully,
For cancer
the
patients.
woman ultimately suffered only minor disability and scarring.
I don't know about Demon
The
Corps.
more impactful outcome was that doctors and
Apparently, they're just talking about people getting cancer or something from some sort of device blasting stuff through their bodies. Hi, Kumaki. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? We're finishing up the reacts that we had in our backlog right now. And then I have to do my snowbreak shit after. I still haven't done that stuff yet.
Therac 25 operators in the US and Canada were now talking to each other.
Okay.
Something was going on that the AECL obviously wasn't addressing or didn't care to. 2 months later, AECL declared that, after careful consideration, we're of the opinion that this damage could not have been produced by a malfunction of the Therac 25 or by any operator error. End quote. However, over the next 12 months, Therac 25 malfunction and operator error
I see.
would kill
Welcome
3
back.
cancer patients.
Yeah, sure, I'm gonna do some.
The Therac 25 software likely had
I have
around
to do them, right?
100,000 lines of code. Small by today's standards, but complicated nonetheless, and error-prone. Operators would later testify
Okay,
that they
survey
encountered
this,
as
survey?
many as 4 serious error messages
I
a
have
day.
to visit the neighbor.
Many of those errors
I
would
see.
simply read malfunction with a number from 1 to 64. These numbers were not explained, not by AECL, not in any manual. Operators also admitted that they became accustomed to this ambiguity rather than fearful of it. They could and did simply press P to proceed without knowing whether or not an error code was benign or potentially deadly. It was part of the job to keep an expensive and sought-after machine like the Therac running. Malfunction 54, one of these mysterious, undefined errors, would turn out to be the one you couldn't skip past. But it
Okay.
would take 3 catastrophes before anyone figured out what they were allowing to happen. Voin Ray Cox lay beneath the Therac 25 unit at the East Texas Cancer Center in Tyler, Texas, for his 9th cancer treatment. A technician set his dose at 180 rads. Then she noticed a mistake. She had selected X for X-ray instead of E for electron beam. She
Okay.
quickly moved the cursor, made the change, and activated the machine. Malfunction 54.
Another
Used to this by
malfunction?
now, she hit proceed anyway. Mr. Cox then felt a powerful shock. According to reporting,
So instead of giving people X-rays, they're giving them electron beam shocks. What the fuck?
done by Barbara Wade Rose, Cox tried to get up, but because the intercom for the room just happened to be broken that day, the technician didn't see him struggling or hear him screaming. So she hit him again. Another shock ripped through Mr. Cox. The technician only stopped when she heard Cox slamming the door she was behind with his fists. He was examined by physicians and sent home, told to return if anything changed. A few weeks later, he returned to the hospital, spitting up blood. After the accident, no one can reproduce malfunction 54. AECL told the hospital that an overdose was impossible, suggesting maybe it was indeed an electric shock that produced the sensations Mr. Cox felt, but ruled that out too. The company claimed it knew of no other similar accidents, so the use of the Therac unit resumed 17 days later. Voin Ray Cox died the following August after receiving a calculated dose higher than the worst dose a liquidator would receive when the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded just a month later.
I heard we're late. We're
Only
just
4
finishing
days
some of the
after
reacts that was
Therac
set
at the East
yesterday.
Texas Cancer Center was back online, 66-year-old bus driver Verdon Kidd walked through the lobby on the way to his scheduled treatment. He was to
But yeah, how you doing?
have a Therac 25
The more interesting
aimed
ones is
at the
like
skin cancer on his face.
gone now. Because we finished
Malfunction
those
54.
ones.
Treatment proceeded. A loud noise brought the technician back into the room to find Mr. Kidd writhing in pain, confused. He said,
But yeah, this shit's funny. They fucked up their the settings on their device for radiation therapy, and like basically blasted holes through the patients instead of doing the thing properly.
that it had felt like something hit him on the side of the face. He saw a flash of light, heard an intense, sizzling sound. The Therac 25 unit at the center was shut down until the cause could be determined. Verdon Kidd died a month later from radiation-induced damage to his brain and brainstem. His death 4 months before the death of Ray Cox, was the first recorded fatality from radiation treatment in medical history. The Therac technician on site that day and physicist Dr. Fritz Hager stayed the weekend after the kid accident, attempting to recreate malfunction 54, the malfunction that AECL said wasn't possible.
The patients go for treatment, but their illnesses got worse,
the cursor
yeah.
quickly up and down.
Well, they got worse because they fucked up. I shot them with stuff that they were not supposed to be hit with.
And typed in different treatment instructions for hours upon hours, and then suddenly, they did it. Dr. Hager telephoned AECL immediately. The FDA, already investigating the accidents, declared the Therac 25 defective and demanded a corrective action plan, or CAP, from the company.
Okay.
A letter soon went out from the AECL to all Therac 25 users. Quote, effective immediately, and until further notice, the key used for moving the cursor back through the prescription sequence must not be used for editing or any other purpose. End quote. It was something that everyone had missed, and it was finally going to be fixed. But
okay.
even after everyone knew what malfunction 54 was and how to fix it, the accidents continued.
Yep. Overflow.
You don't think
oh
of
boy.
software as something being able to fail. Once working code is in a computer,
Overflow
how could it
value.
bend
Oh, rip.
like a steel beam or break like a pane of glass? But like any machine, there's a difference between how it's supposed to be used in theory and how it's actually used in practice. The Therac 25 used magnets to filter and control powerful beams of radiation. Magnets that, after an input was received, physically took 8 seconds to move everything into position.
Okay.
Fine in theory. What Dr. Hager had figured out was that if an operator set radiation levels and then made a change to those levels within the 8 seconds it took for the magnets to move, the change was not
Yikes.
detected. The magnets were already in motion. This could and did allow powerful, unfiltered beams of radiation to strike patients.
Rip.
This animation, reproduced in Spanish, shows the sequence of events needed to produce malfunction 54. In theory, an operator would make a change and then wait for the magnets in the machine to move. But an experienced operator working with the Therac every single day, encountering multiple error messages a shift, is in practice more than likely of making a change, like changing a beam from X-ray to electron, within 8 seconds.
Yep.
There was
too
no
fast.
code in place to check whether the prescribed input on the monitor
Patient goes,
matched what
then
the
it gets
machine
worse,
was
yep.
actually set up to do. The Therac 25's reliance on software and not hardware interlocks like previous models
Yep.
also meant that input errors didn't have mechanical failsafes that wouldn't listen to the mistakes that ended up fatally irradiating people.
Yep. And then
With
they
malfunction
die.
54 finally identified, AECL sent the first corrective action plan to the FDA, part of which were changes to the Therac software to tell the machine where the cursor actually was. The CAP was revised twice by the FDA over the next few months, and Therac 25s were back in use before the end of the year. 6 weeks later, a Therac unit killed again.
Rip.
On January 17th, 1987,
Cancer got worse.
Glenn Dodd, 65,
Nah, just be a whale, you know? Use the cancer to destroy the cancer. Just get a different type of cancer to kill the other cancer. That's how whales live. They're so big that they have so many cell divisions on a regular basis. They develop cancer regularly, and then they develop another cancer to kill the other cancer. Like, that is actually just how whales live. That is a part of the whale life. The life of actual whales. They get cancer again, but the next cancer they get kills the other cancer. What is the safest cancer? I don't know. They're not immune to cancer, no. They're not immune to cancer. It's just that stuff happens so much that they develop another form of cancer to counteract the other form. It's not just giant, because like, if you scale yourself up to be massive, you'll have other complications instead. That's not gonna work either. There's a reason why whales are shaped the way they are. Right? To keep that massive size. You're gonna have bone issues and a bunch of other stuff. You'll have breathing issues too. You'll have like so many other issues. Like a bone issue isn't the only one. It's not that it doesn't affect them, it still does, just not enough to negatively impact them. But yeah. Well, yeah, because of size. The thing is, yeah, once you're big enough, like, here's the other thing. If you're big enough in size, smaller doses of certain poisons and toxins won't have an effect on you. But they'll have an effect on their intended targets. Right? You know why sugar and stuff like that is the way they are? By default, they're not gonna kill you. But they will kill a lot of, like, smaller insects and stuff by taking them. Because they're really small. Or, like, if you ever gotten stung by a bee or a wasp or whatever, the reason why you're, like, unaffected, but, like, a smaller, like, animal or whatever could die from it pretty easily, is because we're so big. Right? Unless you're straight up allergic to the thing and have another thing happen, it's like, you'll feel the pain. But, like, the real thing that's gonna happen is whatever stung you is basically dead. As the stinger gets ripped off. Yeah, it just gets diluted. Right? If you're big enough, some of the shit can get diluted. Of course, it depends on how much of the thing you're being injected with is, and how severe the thing is. Right? Because, like, there are some things from, like, that'll still just kill you anyways. It's just that for certain things, like, the dosage is so small, it gets super diluted that it doesn't go anywhere. But yeah.
Into the Yakima Valley Memorial Hospital for treatment of a carcinoma. His disease was to be flooded with 86 rads. The Therac instead bombarded the man's chest with 10,000.
Damn.
He died from acute radiation poisoning 3 months later. The staff at Yakima reportedly stopped using the machine altogether after this accident.
Yeah.
They were paranoid. They thought this had been fixed. This was safe.
Nope.
What did they miss? What was going on? Eventually, it was discovered that the Therac 25 had another invisible software error. Inside the code was a so-called housekeeper task that would constantly check whether or not the machine's turntable was in the correct position, make adjustments if necessary, and then revert to 0. Anything other than a 0 in the code, therefore, was an error, and the machine would not proceed with treatment. Again, good in theory.
In theory.
However, like your car's odometer, this code ticked up checks only until a certain value, in this case, 1 byte of memory, 256. After that, it would tick over to 0 out of necessity. If a technician entered an erroneous treatment at this precise moment, just an instant before the next check, the computer would read a 0. No errors. And proceed. This is called arithmetic overflow.
Overflow, guys.
Glenn Dodd. In February 1987, the FDA again declared the Therac 25 defective, recommended that all units be taken out of service until corrective action could be taken. Finally, the accident stopped.
Hard changes.
After months of revisions, AECL told customers that the FDA had accepted a final corrective action plan. It included 23 software changes and 6 hardware safety features, the largest of which was a dose per pulse monitor affixed to the machine that would shut down dangerous doses even if all the software safety checks failed.
Overflow.
However, unsurprisingly, after high-profile and unprecedented accidents, the Therac was no more. In 1988, AECL dissolved their medical division, and lawsuits from families were settled out of court. At the time of this recording, with a cursory search, I was unable to find any hospital.
You know, there are some games that actually make creative use of overflow. right? You know, overflow is an interesting thing to use. And there is one game that is very well known, very popular, that actually uses overflow values as a core game mechanic. It's a very, very well-known game series. Very, very high grossing, if not the highest grossing, a multimedia franchise. There's a specific mechanic. Right, so if you ever wondered how Trick Room in Pokemon works, basically they give every Pokemon plus 10,000 attack. And then they subtract their, not attack, plus 10,000 speed. And then they subtract the original speed stat from that. And what ends up happening is it can only store up to 8,191. Once you get to 8,192, the value will overflow to 0 and count from there. So what ends up happening is all the stats will overflow because they add 10,000, right? But if you're slower, they're subtracting a lesser value, so you'll be faster. But what ends up happening is if your speed stat's so high that, like, you subtract, when it's 10,000 subtracted by your speed stat, let's say you have 2,000 in your speed stat. Well, now you're at 8,000, right? Which is not gonna overflow. And then you have the funny shit where the Pokemon Regieleki can get too fast for Trick Room. At least then you can fire some really powerful Electro Balls. But yeah.
Actively using a Therac 25. Even if they are, which isn't unlikely, the machines are probably under a different name or company. Even without any further incidents to point to today, no hospital wants to draw active comparison to disaster. Today, the Therac 25 is more a staple of ethics and computer science class required readings than it is of medicine. A unique case study of what can go wrong when new technology is trusted implicitly and when ethical decision-making malfunctions. AECL assumed that the software for the Therac 25, written by a single unidentified hobbyist and imported from the older Therac 20 model, did not have residual software errors to be tested. It didn't consider how the machine was being used in practice, never envisioning something like Malfunction 54. The company repeatedly denied knowing of any accidents and believed that overdoses were impossible. It made proclamations like 5 orders of magnitude increases in safety that were physically impossible. Today, the FDA requires documentation on all software for new medical products, which the Therac 25 didn't have, that can be
5.0 Frost, you wished from the red-haired girl. Frost lost this time.
investigated independently.
I heard the new 5.0 Frost is
10
interesting
years
still.
after the deadliest software errors in history, reporter Barbara Wade Rose asked Bill Bird, the lawyer for the first Therac victim, Katie Yarborough, to comment on the events. Quote, "The thing that amazes me is that the people who develop these machines are surely some of the most brilliant people in the world. This machine was unbelievably sophisticated, and yet nobody would have gotten hurt if somebody had just used common sense." Until next time.
Alright, Linsa's here. She got the skateboard, right? No English subs.
嗨，大家好，我是主播林赛，本主播新店开张，请多多支持。
The important processing the booba. I guess. We should be great fucked. Okay.
钱不多，老人都找主播。来，速速跑啊！
Assuming she's older, yeah, probably.
喂，你们是哪个海盗团的？干什么事呀？我帮你们摆平。
Rip to the victims of overflow, yup. Rip indeed. Oh, she got ice cream. Right? Must be a reason why Chris lost. Yeah.
Yeah.
She can retire in peach. You mean in peace? Okay. Well, we'll see how what happens here. But yeah, there we go. Alright, like that's the stuff there. Alright, we'll go do snowbreak shit now. But then we'll look at the new snowbreak trailer after. Alright, we just saved Snowbreak from being completely dead right now. Alright, Snowbreak, now not completely dead. Alright, let me just turn on the music.
もう少しきつく。
Alright, we gotta go gift the things here. In the base we go. Alright, it's a plus piece. We like those. Another one, nice. Rip, L piece. Another plus piece, nice. Alright, we got that, and then we have to go here.
What is it?
Alright, got that thing done. Easy dailies. Alright, nice and
Another
easy.
happy customer.
Alright, giggling. Here we go. Hero games. I got 3 runs of this stuff. Well, I already instantly matched this one. Next one then. Right, time to do my hero games.
Yumiを引いたからには分析員準備は整いました。Keep it tight. 終わり？甘い。ここからです。戦車番線。ああ。ああ。Not enough to change anything.
Oh, the other guy disconnected. Okay.
Not enough to change anything. Yeah, waifu break. It's nothing. Not a problem. I saw how it would end for you. And edge. Oh, the other guy doesn't get anything because he DC'd. I did 99% of the work. What the fuck was the other guy doing? I did 99%. Alright. Let's keep going. Oh, the guy's playing with one hand, surely. Playing with one hand. Why not? One-handed gameplay, surely. Reloading. This should be... Not enough to change anything.
Alright, that was quick. Very quick.
定め。私を導いてくれるのはあなただけです。
Easy. Alright, we got one more. Well, it's so right. Everything is easy. Since when isn't it easy? Yep, they just AFK here. That is what it is. Alright, let's just go in. Alright, let's go in.
満を持して行ってきます。
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Damn, I should have gotten the crit ignoring defense one.
終わり？甘い。ここからです。
Nothing to be afraid of. It's nothing. Not a problem. Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. Not enough to change it. Excellent. Breaking your promise again.
Gacha 100中。
Excellent.
And edge. Alright, all done.
ご褒美。もっと。
Yeah, and I'm just doing most of the damage in here. You got HSR, which adds casters transforming to a dragon. Okay. So character can transform into a dragon. Hopefully your fights in there don't drag on. is dragon, right? Dragon. Oh yeah, I still have this one, Pathfinder. Right, hopefully they don't drag on. Shoot a fan flip. Oh, it's this thing. Okay. What? Okay, I gotta try it again. Okay, what do we want to do? Maybe we go down this way.
Is anybody hurt?
There we go.
どう？フリティア先生結構頼りになるでしょ？
Alright, got that done. And then we have like everything in the event stuff done. Alright, we have everything done here. But yeah, time goes by quick, yep. There's not much else left there. Surveys what? Can you even see it? Neutral. I have both of them. Satisfied, I guess. Let's see. I don't know, I'm satisfied, I guess. I just use it. Damn, what the fuck? They really want to know how you feel about all of these things, man. You see this shit? Rate the body parts. I'm like, what the fuck?
肌を痛いほど照らしてくれます。
Sure.
一緒に残した傷跡ですね。
Now they want color scheme is that's her color scheme. Neutral. Clothes. Sure. Hairstyle. Sure. Neck. The fuck? You know what? Forget this. I didn't realize they asked for all of that. They want you to fucking study the character model and evaluate it. I don't know, man. They really want you to take a look and study the fact that she has a choker on of some kind. Is that even a choker anymore? Is that a fucking neck brace? Looking for like a neck brace, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, she wears shoes. I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to evaluate her feet when she's wearing shoes. They're asking for like she's wearing shoes. What? How the hell am I gonna evaluate her crotch too? They also like, okay, evaluate her crotch. I'm not gonna be doing it from here. I don't know. I don't know. They're like, evaluate everything. Not satisfied because they're hitting. The fucking surface bag. Like, what the fuck? They want you to do a nice detailed study and analysis. They're hidden, so how am I gonna evaluate them? Right? It's like, okay, they're hidden though. Alright, let's go look at that trailer then. Wait, what? Did we see this already or what? I don't remember.
报告基地，
New Taco Arrow Labs, yeah?
奈利德正在归位。
Ah, it's censored. Rip. The sus one, nah, it's censored.
精神，掌控你的感官。
Feel your senses, obey my
我
rhythm,
要做分
guys.
析员身边最强的女人。
Greatest strength in every way, especially in the most private moments. Uh-huh. 1 week later.
关窗。
Closing the window?
正面
Okay. So where's the 9 months later one instead? Just kidding.
看来我们心意相通。
Okay.
要试试我来海姆达尔新学的东西。喜欢在上面的吗？
But it's censored. You know, the censor makes it feel like she has no clothes on.
我是不是
Instead,
输给你？
he's rating the body parts, yeah.
有你真好。
Was that even like animated properly? I feel like the piano probably was not animated properly. But like the instruments and like most of these things are not animated properly. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that one. And then we got fucking PGR shit there, 2025. Yeah, they banged the sound. Yep. They were definitely, back. Yeah, then doing it on top of a piano, I guess. Well, it is what it is. Oh yeah, there was like one more reacts that I was sent, I think. This one, the dire wolves are a lie.
Whoa, buddy! We've got a Time magazine that says these dire wolves have suddenly become de-extincted? This is Remus. He's a dire wolf, the first to exist in over 10,000 years. Endangered species could be changed forever.
They're a lie.
Oh my god. My buddy Joe Rogan said, this one's wild, literally. Ben and his team are colossal biosciences. I think it's an ad.
I mean, like, what they basically made is a different species of a fucking dog that has direwolf DNA in it. That's all we got.
Have brought back the dire wolf.
But not an actual direwolf. Yeah, like, I remember, I said it before. It's like, this is not the direwolf. I said this yesterday. It's not. It just happens to contain things from it. But it's not actually that.
Oh, man, dude. Whoa, we just brought back an animal from the dead. Why am I talking about it, ladies and gentlemen? What's up with this dire wolf conspiracy you've heard of? Well, it might not actually be entirely true. I don't think everyone's being entirely truthful in this story. Let's get to this Time poster. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, animals go extinct every year, okay?
Yeah.
In fact, one of the saddest things that I've read was on the American Museum of Natural History. Basically, they were proud enough to say the current extinction is most likely obviously the result of humans. We're filthy monsters. Scientists estimate that 100 to 10,000 species, it's quite a range, by the way. It's it's a lot in the middle there. From microscopic organisms to large plants and animals go extinct every year.
Yeah.
Now, that includes, little tiny bacteria that are living maybe here, maybe on that flipper zero. Maybe we're talking about some plants, maybe animals that are like human-sized or slightly smaller, your dog-sized animals. Things do go extinct every year, and it's sad.
Yep.
But what do we do as a human species to bring things back? Well, we can go the Jurassic Park route, where we bring back animals that are long dead. And in this case, we started small with the dire wolf.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, in a movie like Jurassic Park, they brought back dinosaurs. Now, I've never seen Jurassic Park personally, but I played enough Dino Crisis to know that bringing back a fucking dinosaur or bringing back an apex predator may not always be the greatest idea.
Yeah, not a good idea.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the science fiction, let's just look at the science itself. So the reason why I'm talking about it is it's a pretty big to see when like an animal is de-extincted. So the first thing I wanted to see was the actual company behind this, which is Colossal Biosciences. Now, I didn't know this company until I actually started researching this.
Making fake like vegan meats,
yeah. De-extinction company. And that woolly mammoth that's on their header is no joke. They actually have a long-term goal of bringing that motherfucking woolly mammoth back into reality, okay? Now, should they? That's a different ethical concern we can talk about. But will they? Actually, I kind of hope they have the technology to do this. So immediately, they released like one of these videos like a couple days ago. Sound on, you're hearing the first howl of a dire wolf in over 10,000 years. This animal hasn't been rocking the planet for 10,000 years, okay? We're talking like Ice Age era, probably. Romulus and Remus are their names, and they're the first world's de-extinct animals. That's a pretty big claim. That means you brought back an animal from the dead. So let's listen to the actual howls over here.
Why don't they bring back the animals that went extinct because we overhunted them for food? Right up, they should do that. They should be focusing on de-extincting the animals we overhunted for food, so that we can eat them again. Big brain, de-extinct those ones. Go after the ones that we were hunting for food. Because some of them we've heard that they probably tasted amazing, so we can go eat them again. That's what the technology should be used for. Like the dodo bird or like that weird turtle species or a couple other things. Yeah, let's eat them again. Right? De-extinct them so we can eat them again.
They're actually so cute. It doesn't even matter if they're like, you know, genetically modified babies. They're just the cutest goddamn things that I've ever heard. So of course, the further I go down their actual like Twitter over here, for instance, you'll see like Borks equals stunk. So their value was, I guess, dropping until they basically released their dire wolf research, and boom, things just started to skyrocket away. So, all right, I go to their website over here, and they say they're the science of genetics, but the business of discovery. Okay. And, you know, the further I look into it, they talk about de-extinction. Extinction is a colossal problem facing the world. I actually don't doubt about it.
I don't know.
Extinction is definitely a real problem. I wonder just how much humans have to do with it. But anyways, combining the science of genetics with the business of discovery. What does that mean? All I know is that there's going to be a Jurassic Park one day.
Jurassic
and the dinosaurs will go crazy. We endeavor to jumpstart nature's ancestral heartbeat, to see the woolly mammoth thunder upon the tundra once again, to advance the economies of biology and healing through genetics. So I guess their goal is written over here is to one day see the woolly mammoth roll upon the plains once again. Now, there's a lot of scientists that have their disagreement with this kind of stuff, for instance. Like there was one paper written by Nature, Ecology, and Evolution by a lot of these scientists where the debates were coming around that maybe spending the resources that we have here on de-extinction could actually just lead to an overall loss. So just a quick here is the arguments in favor of like de-extincting animals is, first off, we need to bring back the animals that we've killed. We've made mistakes as humans. Let's fix them, okay? So it's pretty good, pretty altruistic reason.
Okay.
The counter arguments include high risk of failure due to difficulties of cloning for some species, technical risks inherent in reintroductions. Basically, if
like how the hell are you gonna reintroduce them and you're gonna damage the ecosystem even more in a different way? That's why you gotta be really, really careful.
Bring apex predators back, you want to probably hope that you're not destroying an entire ecosystem in the process, okay?
It's not even like bringing an apex predator back that's gonna cause problems. Like if you bring a different thing at the bottom of the food chain back too, and let's say they overpopulate like crazy, now the other stuff that it's competing against will have its own new issue. And then you'll create even more problems there, another chain effect there. You gotta be really careful either end.
Okay. But anyways, I'm not a biodiversity expert. I'm just a Indian guy on the internet.
Yeah, I wonder what dodo meat tastes like though.
Pretty much how it comes down to. So if you are somebody in this field and you can speak more about it, absolutely let me know in the comment section below. But going to this company, Colossal, it's like really altruistic, right? They talk about, according to the leading scientists, 30,000 species on year on average are being driven to extinction. That number just went up. Whoa. 6 per hour. In the hour you watch this video, 6 species lost their right to the human world, okay? It's gone. They're gone from Earth. They're gone from...
Sure, like maybe 6 types of bacteria died. Whoop-de-doo, they're dead.
The universe, if anything. And 150 a day and up to 55,000 per year. Okay, so that's wild range, okay? Insanity. That's crazy. I don't want that. I want that number to be 0. So yeah, it's kind of crazy, right?
Just
the
make
UN
more,
has
yeah.
declared 1 million animals and plant species are threatened with extinction. So yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? And the solution that this company provides is de-extinction. A functional application
Yeah, only bring back the stuff that we can eat that tastes good. Don't you want to try that turtle that went extinct? Or the dodo bird meat?
of advanced gene editing technology aimed at rebuilding the DNA of lost megafauna and other creatures that had a measurably positive impact on our fragile ecosystems. And of course, they want to bring back that goddamn woolly mammoth.
Like how we get the thick rat for
T-Rex for this operation, dude. In the minds of many, the creature is gone forever, but not in the minds of our scientists, nor the labs of our company. So while that woolly mammoth is like the end goal, I guess the real goal, obviously, is for them to bring back a smaller animal, which obviously, in this case, appears to be the dire wolf. So one of the big problems and the reason I'm making the video over here is that a lot of this includes scientific miscommunication, okay? No, the dire wolf is not back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's not back.
Apparently, it seems that the dire wolf is actually mostly a gray wolf. In fact, from what I've seen, 99% of the actual genetic makeup is just the gray wolf. So how did this company achieve this kind of technology? What did they do, actually? What is something that the Colossal did to de-extinct an animal? So the way that they actually kind of tackle this is these things, which were not achievable before, are now in our laboratories through breakthroughs in things like CRISPR and genetic engineering. They brought back what
it sounds like a scam for a goal.
They
Exactly.
de-extincted this animal. Now, for anybody that has no idea what CRISPR is a
No. We bring back the woolly mammoths so we can hunt them and kill. So we can hunt them and eat them again. After tens of thousands of years, bring it back so we can hunt and eat them again. Big brain. Big brain. We bring them back so we can eat them again.
editing technology. It's called clustered, regularly interspaced, short palindromic repeats. So basically the idea of it is CRISPR is like the natural defense system that a bacteria can provide against things like viruses. So scientists use two components, from my understanding, Cas9 proteins, which are basically this enzyme that are like a DNA cutting tool. It's like scissors for the DNA. And then using the gRNA, which is guide RNA, it tells the Cas9 how to actually cut this DNA. So the reason why you use CRISPR is you can effectively delete genes, you can insert new genes,
be able to
or you
bring
can
back the
modify
mammoth.
genes that already exist. And if it sounds
So
crazy
F5
to you, I guess a very similar gaming version of this could be like Metal Gear Solid, right? You know those genome soldiers in the first game? A lot of those soldiers are genetically modified. They contain traits from Big Boss, one of the biggest soldiers, the best soldiers at the time. And so implementing the soldiers of a, implementing the genetic structure of or the positive genes from one of the best soldiers in the average person, I guess in the game's theory, led to better soldiers, right? Heightened soldiers that had like the craziest like abilities, right? Because they were just copies and upgrades from what a normal human could have been. But obviously in scientific land, right, the cool stuff that you can do with CRISPR right now are things like crops, for instance, right? You can make crops resistant to certain diseases, so you can have more bountiful harvests, right? More food for people. You can possibly, all right, treat things like genetic defects before the birth of children, which again is super controversial. But from what I understand, even things like sickle cell anemia can be treated through the use of CRISPR. So this technology is effectively what they used for Colossal Biosciences. So what they did was they found the fossil of a fucking dire wolf, and basically they dug out like this 13,000-year-old tooth, and they got like a 72,000-year-old like bone in the ear to sequence the genome
I called it a chimera before, but yeah.
Then utilizing things like CRISPR.
No, in gaming terms, we call them chimeras or something, right? Gaming terms. That's what I called it yesterday. Yeah, there's even a wild hog problem. Yep.
CRISPR, they identified 20 key genetic differences across 14 different actual genes.
I mean, just kill the hogs and eat them. They taste good. Just make sure you prepare them properly. Don't worry about if it's halal or not. It tastes good. Pork is good. Right, pork is good.
That were responsible for those specific dire wolf traits, right? Like what makes a dire wolf a dire wolf? So things like just a larger size, things like,
All I can see the end game of this is bringing back her cousin, the other species. Oh, you mean the Neanderthals and stuff? Yeah. Eat the free roam pig. Yeah, eat it. Tastes good.
Whiter fur, so to speak.
Imagine not eating pork.
And then they use CRISPR to effectively modify this into gray wolf.
Yeah, that's why you're supposed to cook it properly. Why do you think we cook our food? Why do you think we cook our food and our meat? Why do you think we cook our meat, man? Why do you think we developed cooking and smoking and freezing techniques for our food? Why do you think we do that? So we can kill them. That's like the whole point. That's why you're supposed to cook your shit and not eat it raw. Like, that's the whole point of that. Unless you want beef tartar, yeah? But like, yeah, like the whole point is we cook it to kill the thing in there, and then we eat it.
Actual cells. And then once they had modified these genes, they put them into actual X cells.
Like the
and of
Costco
course,
chicken, yeah.
then 3 wolf pups came into the world. And yeah, all of a sudden, these pups literally had apparently behavioral traits and the physical, like, you know, look of like extinct dire wolves. And now they're effectively being studied. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how, I guess, scientists have de-extincted an animal. So the thing about it is obviously this would be pretty big news, but it really seems like they're kind of overselling this and they're not really being truthful about de-extincting an animal. Because no, the dire wolves have not come back according to most of the actual analysis. These are still just gray wolves, except they have more genetic traits that resemble the dire wolf. There's still like tons of time of actual genetic changes and actual evolution, actual differences between the gray wolf and the dire wolf that just have not been addressed.
Sounded like they were smoking something,
very distinct animals. They've just managed to create like a slightly more resembling version. It's like taking humans and like, I guess, implementing them with like Neanderthal DNA to bring back the original Neanderthals. You might be able to do that, but with what they've done here, it's just like a weird bastardization of something that's kind of in the middle. Now, one of the things that I wanted to kind of research was like, obviously, why would a company like this get so involved, right? Like, what is the business sense of just bringing back like de-extincted animals, right? Like, obviously there's got to be something money related to it. Now, obviously these guys have made a fair bit of cash in just, again, being the company that they are and getting investments. So back in 2021, they secured like $15 million from
money
like,
pits,
just some investors, okay? People from like Breyer Capital, guys like Thomas Tull, Tim Draper, all that. And then of course, down the road in 2022, they started to get $60 million in Series A funding. Then they started getting over $100 million in then the Series B funding. And then of course, finally, around Series C, they ended up getting like 200. So this is big money, okay? 200 million, 100 million here. Their valuation went up to like $1 billion. Like they literally became a company that just effectively jumped up in like value off of all of these like promises of de-extinction. So it's a lot of money that has been put into a company with a super altruistic motive. Now, of course, then you started to get into like really crazy spooky shit. Like eventually The Intercept actually ended up reporting that in 2022, the CIA even ended up investing money into it. And you might be like, well, how do we know the CIA did it? Well, if you ever watched a video that I made about like Apple versus like the Israeli cybersecurity companies, you would know of one organization known as IQT, which is actually the investment arm of the Central Intelligence Agency. So they put in a lot of money into various sectors for the ultimate goal of global innovation to secure the United States, right? That's how the CIA works. They give money to people who, I guess they feel, contribute to the
yeah, we get mounted machine gun woolly mammoths. War mammoths. Yeah, we get a war mammoths with machine guns. Alright, first we need to get our rocket-powered dire wolves that fire lasers out of their eyes. And then we can get our war mammoths with machine guns. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. Right?
Security of the country. So when I started to look at things like their investments and everything, at least from a personal perspective, it really does feel like at the actual surface, they want to bring back the woolly mammoth. But any company that's involved in things like genetic sciences and like fucking around with DNA has me wondering if there's like maybe military aspects, especially when you've got like the attention of organizations like the Central Intelligence Agency. Just to kind of tangent it off, one of the things that I was watching like the other day was Joe Rogan again, right? He was talking about these allegedly
machine gunning wild hogs. I think I probably shouldn't just play that openly.
To, like, modify them into becoming
just in
better
case
than average humans. Now again, I don't know the true reality of it. Again, I'm just saying this because I heard about it.
I think I'd have to be careful on that.
Part of a bigger video later on down the week where we're looking into like these edited Chinese babies. This conspiracy stuff's doing really well on the channel. And I feel like a lot of you guys are interested in the same shit that I am, which is why I'm so dead on covering it because I do like talking about this stuff.
It's like, I think I'd have to be careful.
But it is one of those things where I wonder what the actual goal of a company like Colossal Biosciences really is, and I don't think it's just to bring back dead animals, okay? That's just way too altruistic for a company that's raised up this much money and has gotten the attention of some really interesting investors. Now, honestly, when it comes to a lie,
China will just do it if
Colossal
that happens.
Biosciences do a colossal lie on bringing back the dire wolf, which is the version they have has turned out to basically be like a gray wolf for most of the reason. That gives a great comparison. It's kind of like if you took like a chimpanzee and I think like a human being, if you took something that was 90% similar to human beings.
It's not just demonetization if you're not careful. It's also like you get shadow bound and stuff. That's why I'm like, you know, it's cool they're shooting the wild hogs, but like, be careful, right? Yeah, but what have they brought back anything other than the fake direwolf? No, they haven't. Just that. Just be careful they don't bring back extinct pathogens that we should keep extinct.
You took like maybe some human elements and implemented it into a different species, and so whatever you created resembled human beings more. Obviously, let's be completely honest here, whatever they would generate would not resemble a human being, which is similar to what it appears in this situation, right? It's a gray wolf that is it's got more traits of a dire wolf, but it ain't exactly a dire wolf. So for me, I would consider this to be a little bit more misinformation-y than anything. I do, however, love the actual social media. This is an actual social media post from the guy running the account where they go onto Wall Street Bets and the fucking moderators on Wall Street Bets are like, why should this post stay up? Why the fuck do a bunch of wolves on a low-effort graph have to do with gambling on the market? I'm glad they just say gambling. Don't even bother answering. Go astroturf your garbage somewhere else.
Damn.
And the Colossal guys were like, don't share this meme. It made the Wall Street Bet mods really upset. I just love the fact that I can always agree with, even if I don't agree with what they're promoting here and how they're saying it, I can always agree that Reddit mods are completely overzealous individuals. But yeah, it's the dire wolf, man. Apparently they wanted to say that this fucking majestic beast ended up coming back, when in reality, no it didn't. This is just, I guess, a way for them to gain more funding and more interest, right? And honestly, I really feel like this is just one of those like big tech businesses that are either around just to raise money and ultimately not really produce anything in the long run of substance, or in my opinion, at least if I was to apply my tinfoil hat, I'm pretty sure that a company like this, when it gets the interest of an organization like the Central Intelligence Agency, has probably doing something more than just bringing back that.
Yeah, they're probably doing a lot more.
And the gene editing technology.
Like at this point, they're probably doing a lot more in the background. They're using this bringing back extinct animals as a front. They're probably just using it as a front to hide something else.
Technology they're using. I somehow
AI
think
art
that a
over
lot
again,
of the technology here might
but
be
it is
for
inevitable.
Ultimately more nefarious purposes, or maybe could possibly be used on human beings down the road for ultimately, in my opinion, nefarious purposes. But yeah, according to a lot of the news that came out and the de-extinction of this animal, I don't really believe personally that there's actually been a de-extinction. I think if anything, this has been the most colossal oversell of something like this. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, all I really wanted to say, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, I
don't know, man. Well, they're not brought back. They just made something else. They just made a gray wolf that resembles it. That's all. Yeah, that's it. Right. Alright, I think this will end here for the night anyways. Cause like, I need to get some rest too. Like, we've been live for 5 hours anyways. We got caught up with reacts. There's not like there's much else to do. Right, we already did the fucking event stuff. So we just gotta wait for reset and everything. Reset's gonna happen in a couple of minutes, but like, I'll just do it tomorrow, whatever. Right? Yes, yeah. As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Right, hope I can see you guys all again next time, right? You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah. I'll see you guys. See ya.